It's up on YouTube.
This is a love story. Yeah, my ass is.
The question is, love of whom?
Self-love.
Hi, I'm Ghost, and welcome back to YouTube, featuring me being annoying. And I've been out for a long time. Why? Because I'm a lazy to use this term. No, but realistically, a lot of shit got in the way, and after the last couple of times I tried, the stream wouldn't go through, wouldn't start properly, blah blah blah, and it just got hard to kind of get the energy up. But right now, I'm off work because of an injury, and well, YouTubing doesn't require lifting weights, plus I've been really looking forward to this. Welcome to Slay the Princess. There was a strobe effect and epilepsy warning on the screen just now, so please heed it. And whatever horror you may find in this dark place, have heart and see them through. There are no premature endings, there are no wrong decisions, there are only fresh perspectives and new beginnings. This is a love story. Yeah, like Romeo and Juliet. You may know this is the pristine.
I think you're coming through. Okay.
Now, I can't guarantee the quality of any of this really, because, like it says in the description, I'm just using my headset and headphones because, well, I lost the cord to my Yeti, which should have been right next to it in the cabinet. That's odd. But basically, this is just a casual Valhalla, and eventually, Silent Hill 2 is definitely in the cards, because that was my OG horror game, and I want it back. But for now, new game. The hero and the princess. Okay, so where do I fit into this?
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Ooh, the 6-axis kicks in and shifts the environment around. It's neat.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Now the world's a dump anyway. The end of the world? What are you talking about? Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up? Killing Princess seems kind of bad, though, doesn't it? Can someone else do this? Forget it, I'm not doing this. Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending? Do I get some sort of reward for doing this? Oh, okay, thanks for telling me what to do. Sweet, always wanted the awful mark. Viva la revolution. Silently continue to the cabin, turn around and leave. Well, considering the smartass comment I made at the start, have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending?
Of course I haven't. Why would I even consider that? Nobody wants the world to end.
Every James Bond villain, every comic book
maybe
villain.
Some people do, like nihilists or very, very evil people, but surely you're not one of those, right?
The end of the world? What are you talking about?
While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock.
Well, then maybe if you go around the pillar, you'll stop running into a ticking clock.
The princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up. And causality doesn't matter here, because the...
Nevertheless, make sure the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. I'm sure I started wasting more of our time by asking how I know that. Maybe it's just more pragmatic lens through which every
It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything.
Like my breakfast.
Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her.
Okay. What's the hourly rate here?
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
How can a princess locked away in the basement be the end of the world?
Don't linger on the specifics. You have a job to do here. Just get in there and do what needs to be done. We're all counting on you.
Okay. Every time I've met somebody that talks as vague as this guy does, I've known it's a bad idea to just take what they say at face value. Lawyers, shady doctors, back alley surgeons, my cousin, my other cousin, my other cousin, my other cousin, this guy on the headset.
Your cousin Nico?
No, not him.
No, he was alright.
Roman?
though.
Yeah. Nico was alright. Roman had his moments, but he was also an idiot.
Man, you're right.
God, Roman's such an idiot. Do you have any evidence to back this up?
Look, you're already on the path that leads to the cabin. Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task? You've made it this far, you might as well reach the end of your journey.
But I like rescuing princesses, not killing them. Killing them's easy and boring. Except for that one time. It turned out she was actually a witch. And she spat wasps down my throat, and I burned them out with my fire breath. Whew, man. Honestly, though, I think the reason she was most pissed off was because I didn't take her number. I had her number, though. Killing Princess seems kind of bad. No? Doesn't it? Killing Princess is bad. Okay.
Does it? Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess that much worse than slaying a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress? If anything, slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress. Seamstresses contribute something of value to society.
Now, I'd like to point out that since my father is an upholstery, I'm kind of biased on that one because he is technically a classification of seamstress. Because he sews. Look, I'll go to the cabin and I'll talk to her, and if she's as bad as you say, then maybe I'll slay her. But I'm not committing to anything until I've had the chance to meet her face to face.
Then I guess we'll just have to see what happens. But a word of warning. If you go in prepared to hear her out, she could easily trap you in her web of lies. And the more you listen to her honeyed words, the harder it'll be to pull yourself out. For each and every one of us is doomed. So sure, go, talk to her.
Yep.
See how that turns out. Within. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
Don't speak for me!
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Wait, that was you. Wasn't it? It sort of reminded me of Damien.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and
yeah,
the floor
kinda.
and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Nope. I'll come back and get it if I need it, otherwise I got two hands, I think.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place.
I'm
The
busy.
air feels heavy and damp,
The
a
lights are
hint
messing
of
with my head.
rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Or, we could let her out and discuss some interior design ideas, maybe some whitewash, new curtains, some dusting, and some dusting.
Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
I have arms. Two of them. Hi, just checking on you. I'm here to save you. Lie. I'm here to save you. Hey, I think I'm here to slay you.
Good. You're still listening to reason. It would be better if you had a weapon, but you may still be able to do what needs to be done. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist. binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone?
Okay, the camera isn't present, so you can't see the "Are you serious?" look I just gave my rabbit. Okay, first, succubi. Second, evil queens. Sounds like anyway. Third, evil princesses. Tech, help me out here.
Oh, what?
How could someone so pretty and delicate in a shiny little dress be of danger to anyone?
No, you pretty much got the big ones.
Yeah.
So, who's to say she's not Category 3? Who's to say she's not Category 1?
I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot
Say she's
riding
not
on
category
you.
4, all of the above.
Dude, the only thing riding on me here is you on my ass.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
Let's talk first.
Okay.
What's your name?
Oh,
Your name's O? Huh. Are you related to a girl named Are you both from Umbridge?
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds.
you can address me as Your Royal Highness. Or you can just call me Princess if Your Royal Highness is too formal.
You look like a Lila.
Is Princess her name or her title? What if it's both? Could you imagine being named Princess Princess?
I'm pretty sure that was a character in Adventure Time. So, is Princess your name?
Like I said, you can call me Princess if you'd like. I'm sorry, I've been down here so long I guess I've just forgotten. I must have a name though. Everyone has a name.
Okay, that's weird. She hadn't even thought to pick a name for herself. Hopefully you're starting to see that she can't be trusted. Go back upstairs, get the blade, and slay her before it's too late.
I don't know anything about you. For all I know, you're locked up here for a reason. If I'm the first person you've seen in a while, what have you been doing? What have you been eating or drinking? I was sent here to slay you. You're apparently supposed to be the end of the world. What are you going to do if I let you out of here? I'm going to keep you locked away here, at least for a little bit. We can get to know each other better while I decide what to do. Keep you locked away. I'm sorry, but I just can't trust you. This doesn't add up, and it isn't worth the risk to take your word over the potential fate of the world. Go back upstairs, retrieve the blade without saying another word. I can't believe they've been keeping you down here like this. I'm getting you out of here. Examine the chains. Okay, I'm gonna get you out of here. Don't make me regret this.
Of course I'm locked up down here for a reason. I don't actually know what that reason is, but you don't just stuff a princess in a basement and throw away the key without there being some sort of an explanation, right?
You have all the explanation you need, and you should know better than to trust whatever she comes up with.
If I'm the first person you've seen, what have you been eating or
I don't
drinking?
see what that has to do with
I
it.
agree with the princess. That's hardly relevant. Okay, but actually, what has she been eating? She has to eat, right?
Not if she's a god. Eh? I was sent here to slay you, or apparently it's supposed to be the end of the world. Let's stay neutral for now. But I wanted to see you for myself. I'm still not sure what to believe.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think.
I can take it.
I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here for so long.
That's How long has she been locked away?
Did they tell you how I'm supposed to end the world?
I've been told enough. I was hoping you'd tell me. But I'm sure they have their reasons. Give me that information from me. Said the stooge! No, which is why I don't think you're actually dangerous. I was hoping
I
you'd
don't
tell
know
me.
how to destroy the world, if that's what you're getting at.
Daytime television?
I believe her. She doesn't have to know how to destroy the world to be capable of doing it.
At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust. Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why. I don't trust that, and I don't think you do either, or you wouldn't have come down here to talk.
She has a point. We're talking like this for a reason.
So this shouldn't be about what I'd do if I got out of here, or me saying the right thing to convince you to save me. This is about how messed up this whole situation is. This is my life we're talking about.
It's my life.
Do you really think I can even end the world? Why would I even want to?
Because minimum wage is too low?
We both know that if there's people we can't trust in this situation, it's whoever locked me down here, and it's whoever sent you here. And those two groups are probably one and the same.
Don't let her turn the tables here. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch, no less.
I won't kill you, but I can't just set you free. It's too risky. What if I stayed for a while just to get the company? Maybe then everyone could be happy. I'm gonna keep you locked away down here, at least for a little bit. We can get to know each other a little better while I decide what to do. I'm sorry, but I just can't trust you. Go back upstairs, get the knife. I can't believe that they're keeping you down here. Leave it over the rest of these.
That seems like a pretty good compromise.
I don't think I could bear being down here that much longer.
Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out.
Yeah, because clearly you've got someone capable of destroying the world under such incredible security measures. One iron chain? For God's sake, there's another one on the wall right over there, and you didn't even bother to fix it before locking her up.
So I'm the only one who liked that idea.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. It would make it easier for both of us if you'd help.
You sound very menacing. Not gonna lie, it's kinda hot.
But if you don't, I can promise that you'll regret that decision.
Hotness increasing.
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one.
So how do you think she'd destroy the world if I let her out, if that's her plan? Eh? Horrible plague? Hell on earth? Seinfeld?
Raise the taxes.
Lower the taxes. Ooh. Abolish taxation. Then reintroduce it at double a few years later, and just convince everyone it's for the greater good. Let's get you out of here.
You
This will be
can't
fun.
be serious.
Thank you. Thank you. You won't regret this, I promise.
You're making a huge mistake.
Yeah, I know. But it sounds like more fun.
No, I think you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug.
Wait a second. If one's voice of the hero and one's voice of the narrator, and one of them just talked to me, saying I did the right thing, who the fuck am I? I'm the villain.
They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have
Then why is
just
there a window?
left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabinet.
Maybe I can find something to break you free.
Okay. I'll be here. Good luck.
You You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
Betrayal.
Is someone else here? You try the door, but it's locked from the outside.
If someone just locked me into the basement, then what the hell good would saying, "Hey, let me out of here," do?
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom?
Ooh.
Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
My schizophrenia is arguing. Just like middle school.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here.
Raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how
She
it made
really
its way
wants to get
down
out of
here,
here.
but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
Just by the way you've been acting from the start, I think I will. Save the princess.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place.
And note that I have the worst case of psoriasis the world's ever known. You seen this? I have claws! Am I a dragon? Just a sec. Okay, that answered a message. Sorry about that. Okay, I'm cutting her hand off.
You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort
Ugh.
to crack through the bone of her arm. Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit.
You know, if I get that on ice, we might be able to reattach it.
She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal. No, she didn't. She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground.
$5 as she grows her hand out.
How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Approach the
No.
locked door.
We won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No. I can't just let her escape into the world.
You're breaking the fourth wall here, dude.
As the princess approaches
Yes?
the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade.
I am a dragon.
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that.
Yeah. This is bad DM.
Watch me.
What are you doing?
Oh, dude. Haha.
Stop that.
Man.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
It's the narrator. I can't help it. The DM doesn't like it when I roll the
Your
d20.
body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect. Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
I'm not in there alive. I'm in my chair in my room. And you screwed up by leaving one of them not with the princess. So, yeah.
The blade. Move the blade. As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
Not what you tell me to.
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
You're gonna kill me, aren't you?
She plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony. But you aren't dead yet.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake.
Did she stab me in the arm?
For her sake? Don't you start pretending that
Oh,
dying
thought you'd
a
go for the
painful
heart.
death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone.
Cool.
Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again
Nope, she's stabbing me to death.
and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
I'm sorry,
Ow. Ow! Ow! Ow!
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she? Apparently not, though it doesn't matter how sloppy her blade work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
I'm so sorry.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks.
Ooh, rivulets. Someone's went to college.
It can't just end like this, right? Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over. Everything goes dark. And you die.
Huh? Wait.
You're on a path in the woods. And at the end of that path is a cabin. And you're here to slay her.
We've been here before. Wait. Has this already happened? Okay, no. But I died. What am I doing here? Oh, you bastard. You're in for it now. I'm wise to your tricks.
My tricks? What on earth are you talking about? We just met for the first time. If he doesn't remember what
Bunk.
happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Yes, he didn't approve of us last time, did he? If we're going to save our beloved, we'll have to be sneaky about it.
Oh god, it's getting worse.
Our beloved? Yes, you'll have to be very sneaky about your intentions if you're going to try and save the princess. Ah, so all of the cards are on the table. Then you should know that we and the princess are in love, and the four of us will be foiling any and all assassination attempts you've got in the works.
Four of us. The hero, the character, Smitten, and the princess?
We'll see about that. Whatever you do, just be sure to ignore him specifically. It sounds like he's the sort who'd sacrifice the whole world for a peck on the cheek.
Wouldn't we all?
What can I say? A world without love is a world that isn't worth saving.
Let's assume I'm telling the truth and all this really did already happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything?
Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. You died last time, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. You were the one who did us in, villain.
He's got you there.
Well, not you in the literal sense, but you did everything you could to stop us from rescuing her. Oh, I wonder why. Maybe it's because the entire world was at stake. No lone princess is worth that price. I beg to differ.
Depends on the princess.
I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just going to take a deep breath and assume that whoever is making the decisions here has the common sense to ignore your protestations. Anyway, I believe your second question was, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me.
We seem to be in a loop, so why don't we just call this Groundhog Day Princess Edition?
What do you mean? Of course there weren't any
Princess Day.
consequences. You forced the princess to kill us, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely?
So far I'm only seeing this hill, that cabin, and the basement of this world.
If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would?
How the hell am I supposed to know? I died!
She would never. She's a perfect angel that you cruelly imprisoned as part of some convoluted, dastardly scheme. Convoluted? I don't know how this premise could be any more simple. Princess bad, stop her, save everyone.
Save her from the cabin, talk about the princess. Okay, let's talk about the
Just be
princess.
quick about it.
The only reason she was able to kill me last time was because I let her. She could barely hold a knife. How is she supposed to end the world? Ah, who locked her in the basement?
People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things.
If people locked her away, then why couldn't they slay her? Why is this falling on me?
Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special. You're the
Ed.
only person capable of doing this. Call it a prophecy, if that helps, but it's just the way things are. Oh, I didn't know we were special.
Oh, don't cave to flattery that easily. It just makes you look like a douche.
Of course you're special. Why else would you be here?
Because I paid $17 for the game.
Calling us special isn't going to make us friends, even if it did feel nice. Oh, believe me, the last thing I want is for you and I to be friends. But I'm a professional, and I'm not going to let my dislike for you get in the way of helping you save the world.
You're being cagey. Why aren't you telling
I've
me?
told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult. Not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm hiding something, but you're just going to have to take me at my word.
Okay, the only reason she was able to kill me was because I let her.
She just can. Believe me, I wish I could tell you more, but you'll just have to trust that what I'm saying is true, and that, despite it all, you're fully up to the task that's been given to you.
Yes, because it takes someone with very special, particular skills, acquired over a very long career, skills that make them a nightmare for people like you, to stab a woman to death that's been chained to a wall already.
Maybe it's her beauty that threatens the world.
Succubus.
Sure, it's her beauty. Why not? And before you ask, no, we can't just keep her down there. If you don't slay her, she's going to find a way out. It's unfortunate, I know, but it's just the way it is.
Well, so far the only way she's found out is by biting her own hand off. And then, actually, if someone hadn't tossed me that blade down to the basement, we might not have gotten her hand out of that shackle. So...
Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin.
Back to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie.
She will lie, she will
will
cheat. We know.
And she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her.
Don't believe her lies.
Don't believe a word she says.
We already told you we're not playing along with your little game. It's your lies that can't be trusted. Her beauty is the only thing in the world we can believe in.
I think we've already been over this. I'm pretty sure he just likes the sound of his own voice.
Kind of.
I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed.
If this guy's voice were a little more asinine, he'd be Zach Brannigan.
Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
Going to the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is clean and elegant,
And
its
stone.
stone walls draped in fine-threaded tapestries, a prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
What about the mirror? Okay, but it's different than last time.
That's because there isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here.
You're the narrator, so you're basically the DM. You should be seeing everything I am.
There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. I'm
There
sure
is.
the princess would tell us there was a mirror if she were up here.
Dude, stop being a simp, okay?
In which case she'd be lying to you because, again, there isn't a mirror.
I want to look at myself. I want to see how handsome I am. I'm pretty sure I'm a monster. Why would you lie about that? What's the point?
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny.
Wipe it clean.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
Okay, seriously, I think I'm a dragonoid or something. Actually, the lack of color makes me think that I could be tech. What were those bird creatures in D&D?
Aarakocra?
Yeah. Does my arm look more like it's scaled or avian?
Scaled. It looks more reptilian to me.
And then there's what appears to be on the elbow. Yeah, we're not going past the elbow on the camera.
That could be a torn shirt.
I wonder if I'm a person that was turned into something.
But it was there a second ago, and now it's gone. Pity. We could have a feather out of place, and now we'll never know. We can't gallantly sweep her off her feet if we have a feather out of place.
How do you know I have feathers? Why didn't anyone tell me I have feathers?
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
It would also be difficult to break into my house in case I lost the key, peel fruit, cut vegetables, cut meat, hunt, whittle, admire the reflection of my teeth. It's a very shiny blade.
I suppose if we're to play the role of dashing knight, we need an equally dashing sword. That way she'll know we can defend her from her enemies.
Hopefully it doesn't put her on edge, and hopefully it doesn't get turned on us. Again, there's no use arguing over motivations right now. It's good that you took the blade. You'll need it to do your job.
I think my job description says anything about cutting or stabbing. Hey, no.
Hey,
Net,
man.
get your join the party marker out of my way. Thank you. This little
What?
cabin is different than last time.
Very different.
Nathan, he's streaming.
Is it? I can't say I was paying much attention to the scenery last time around.
Yeah, you were gawking at Iraq.
Maybe that's because you haven't actually been there. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess. So focus up. Stop letting yourself get distracted.
Enter the basement.
The door to the basement
Yep, the
creaks
basement's,
open,
masonry
revealing
too.
an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight.
I wonder if she'll have a bed or a couch or a chair this time. Hey, no, I'm streaming Slay the Princess, if you're curious.
But it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying
Look at
her
that
is probably doing
remember
her a
that
favor.
game.
A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Hey, her voice is different.
Her voice. It's somehow even more beautiful than last time. I can hear wedding bells already.
Okay, dude, give it a
I've
rest.
held my tongue till now, but you're taking this a little
Oh,
too far.
apparently
We barely
Phasmophobia is
even
already
know the
out.
princess.
Yeah,
Mhm.
We
I
can
was just
still
talking
do
about that
right
earlier.
by her without all this over-the-top fawning.
Okay, what he said. I'm with Voice of the Hero. On this one.
Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation.
At this point, I just want to know what she is. A demon? A ghost? A monster?
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes.
Dress is fluffier. I don't think she's wearing a crown. And her eyes are more doughy. With an E, not a G.
My love, We're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment.
Ignore him.
You know she can't hear you, right?
Oh, thank God.
She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit.
I hate him so much.
Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
Woman, I have scales and claws.
Did you hear that? She
Well,
said
even though she isn't
we're
racist.
dashing.
And she called us a hero. Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it?
Purely.
Waiting
Oh
for you to
goddamn,
come
they're,
back.
they're apparently going really
I
hard
didn't
with
want to
anime
believe your
games at the
ravings
moment.
back in the woods, but this is next to incontrovertible evidence. You've been here before.
Another one just got
That's
announced.
right, villain. And you killed us.
Well, she killed us.
Strictly speaking.
And this
He
time,
made us try and kill her.
it's a game that I don't think I've
Our
even
beloved's
attempted to
hands
try
remain
before.
unstained by cruelty.
And you've died
Death
before.
Note.
So an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first.
It's essentially
but
Death Note flavored
what's done is done. What
Among Us.
matters is you have a chance to do it right this time. Now, hold on. If
might
she
be Clue
actually
as well.
ended a world, are you sure we want to do this? Are you sure we want to rescue her?
You killed me last time, and it hurt a lot. Why'd you do that? I have to cut you out again. I really didn't care about that the last time. What happened after I died? I have to ask. Did you end the world after you killed me back there? I'm sorry about what happened last time. The narrator sent me here to kill you. Took over my body. It was extremely unfair. Rescue the princess, slay the princess. Have to ask. Did you destroy the world?
I don't know. Was I supposed to have ended the world? Would that have made you happy?
Oh God, she's a simp too.
Isn't that just like our darling princess? She wants to make us happy. My heart melts further with every word that passes through her beautiful lips.
Are you listening to her? That's a confession.
No, what it was is... It was a questioning response to a question. Let's see. No, I don't want the world to end. I have no feelings one way or the other about the world ending. Honestly, the world sucks. People are a plague, and I hope you brought a slow, painful ruin to them. Yeah, let's go with that.
I can't believe that the fate of the entire world has been left in the hands of a misanthrope.
Gesundheit.
Lucky for you, I did destroy the world. I destroyed all of it and made it awful for everyone.
Oh, she did.
I'd point out that she just admitted to obliterating the entire world. I guess that wouldn't actually move you.
Oh, it moves me. Whatever we do next, we should do our best to not let her out. But have you seen her angelic face? She should get a pass. She just wanted to make us happy.
Okay, dude, you were gonna end up in the most toxic, abusive relationship ever.
By destroying the world.
Apparently, yes.
You killed me last time and it hurt. Why?
I'm sorry. Didn't you want me to?
Did we?
Say, after a stretch, I
We
suppose.
warned her of the cruel forces seizing our body. That's practically telling her to kill us. She is our beloved, and she made the choice to free us of our misery, to show us mercy and make the best decision for everyone.
She made the best decision for her. Don't be so quick to assign kindness. You're just opening yourself up to manipulation.
Simp. I have to cut you out again. I really didn't want to.
I'm okay with whatever you come up with. You can cut my arm off again.
Okay, she remembers.
We won't be laying
Like
a
Pepperidge Farm.
finger on her perfect wrists, and indeed, we won't even have to. Do you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her right out with no harm done.
If we could do that, she'd have done it herself by now. Someone get me some butter and some tape for this guy's yap.
What? No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains. Why are you two arguing over the logistics of slipping her hand out of her shackles? She just said she'd be okay with any idea we came up with. Am I the only one here who thinks that's weird?
No.
She
Well
didn't
done.
care
Sorry.
last time. Why should she care this time? That's our stoic, smiling angel.
No, you're right. It's extremely bizarre behaviour and further evidence that she's a monster who's not to be trusted. So go ahead and slay her.
Okay, what happened after I died?
You died, and now we're talking.
So nothing. Okay, sent me here to kill me,
If
blah
another
blah blah.
version of me was pushed to such drastic action, it was for good reason.
See, now you're justifying everything you do, just like the simp is justifying everything she says. I can't trust anyone. You're all...
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
She took that in stride, to a surprising extent. An almost unsettling extent, actually. That's because she's perfect. Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do? She doesn't. There's no one else like me.
I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
Rescue.
No, I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, I'll...
Possess my body and make me
Take
stab
over
myself?
Our body and force us to try and kill her? Yes.
Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic depths, and if you try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought.
Oh great, so the simp's gonna kill us now.
You wouldn't.
I would.
I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her?
Yeah, but the apocalypse was always fun.
You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings.
What?
That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. We're doomed.
Oh, she's actually wearing a crown instead of a tiara this time.
I can't believe it. But I guess I have to.
I told you, there's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, seriously, what's going on here?
The
Am I in a time
princess
loop?
jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh.
And here
Are you
goes...
sure you want to do this? Just one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade is buried in her back, and everyone out there is saved.
Screw
Is
everyone out
that a
there.
threat?
You know what we'll do if you try it.
You're going to regret this.
What do we do now?
We leave, and then we have our whole lives to figure out what to do next. I don't know, what do you want to
Let
do?
me guess. End
End the world? Come on, say it.
Spoken with the rank cynicism of someone who has never felt love in his heart.
Come on, say you want to destroy the world. Just to piss the narrator off.
I don't actually know. Nobody's ever asked me what I wanted before.
She doesn't even know what she wants. You may have had her all wrong. What if this whole thing is just a misunderstanding? What if she doesn't want to end the world? You're so gullible. Is the only thing you've ever doubted the actual truth?
Actually, I doubt everything, especially the truth.
I think I want to leave. And I think...
Say it.
The princess closes her eyes in deep reflection.
I'm waiting for her to open her eyes. They're like glowing red or something.
And then she shrugs.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
I want you to tell me what you want to do. Must be something you want. Do you want to destroy the world? I just want to leave. We can figure the rest out later. Do you want to leave? Let's leave. Bye, Tech. Man, I was boring him to death. Do you want to end the world?
Are you seriously asking her that?
Let's keep it simple.
Oh, we've been over this one. I do want to end the world.
So, what do you want?
I just want to make you happy.
Wait. Her eyes are doing a thing and the music is getting weird. What would make you happy? You have to want something more than just making me happy. But you need your own thing. You just met me. You can't base your entire happiness around me. I want you to make me unhappy. I just want to leave. We can figure the rest out later. Let's get out of here. There must be something you
I
want.
just want to make you happy.
But what would make you happy?
I just want to make you happy.
This is getting weirder. Okay, clearly something's happening here, and I'm very scared. What if we just don't do anything? What if we just stay here? Nobody gets hurt, and we just figure out a way to be happy together.
Oh, is that really what you want? If you think that would make you happy, then...
I was honestly expecting her to get, like, I don't know, weird and blocky, and then things just... I don't know what I was expecting after that.
Her eyes dart uncomfortably to the corners of the room.
I guess we could do that.
Well, at least she's normal again. Normal
That was
again?
weird.
Can't you tell she's sad? She's distraught. This is unacceptable.
Unacceptable!
But she can't be unhappy about staying with us. Can she? I don't know. She has a point. She doesn't know us. No. It has to be him. It has to be this place. If we just made these walls more fitting for a princess, if we just say the right things, if we just showed her the contents of our heart, she'd be happy here.
I'm guessing by contents you mean blood and you're about to stab me in the chest.
As the voice thinks its thought, your hands raise, fingers pointing towards your chest, and then... What? No, you absolutely do not do that. Oh, but I do. What? What is he doing? We can't see unless you tell us.
We're going to tear our chest open and then rip out our heart.
Are you sure you want to know? I suppose I can't stall forever. You plunge your nails into your chest, digging deep, grasping for a handhold. And you find it, your fingers curling around your ribs.
Oh no, what are you doing? Are you okay? You can't do that and be okay.
I know, right?
Time out. He should not be allowed to do that. He's not the decider. And yet, it's done, isn't it?
Oh, Smitten must be the narrator from the previous world.
It will be
Ow.
soon. You yank violently, your bones cracking with wet pops as you pull yourself apart inch by painful inch.
Just don't get the splatter on her dress. It's a very nice dress.
Your exposed heart,
Ow!
framed by jagged ribs, thumps rhythmically in your raw, bloodied chest. The loosened threads of your body unfurling to cover the surface of the room. Don't mind my sacrifice. It's a fair price to pay to give her everything she doesn't know she wants.
You are such a twit.
Oh, I see. You're trying to tell me something.
And yet for some reason I can't speak.
The princess, mesmerized, reaches towards your beating heart, and then everything goes dark and we die? Yes.
Yay, we died again! Happily ever after.
You're on a path in the woods.
He's
Mate,
in woods?
we're clearly already in the cabin. Excuse me? You're clearly... Oh. Huh. So you are. How do you know about the cabin? I didn't get to the cabin part of my opening monologue yet. We've been here before. Well, not here, but I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. You knew about the loop-in last time. Not that he was eager to divulge that.
Voice of the paranoid.
Right on cue, here's the new guy. Welcome! I can't say I'm happy to be here. This is a bad place. All stale and wrong. Can't you feel it? Okay, yes, I get it. You've been here before. That's terrible. You know that, right? Because the only reason you would have been here before is if you failed in whatever world you'd come from. Meaning you doomed an entire other reality. But I'm sure since you're so well-travelled, you know that, yes? We know that you keep telling us that, but we've never seen a world end. As far as I'm concerned, that whole conversation is just noise. And I'm stuck on a better question. Where's the other one?
End the world. She wants to end the world because she wants to reach the end of the story. Is that the twist?
The other one? Yeah, a certain lovesick fool has been suspiciously quiet. One might even say, absent.
I thought that was you.
Oh, you're right. It's a little quiet here, isn't it? Maybe that's one of the rules. Maybe only one bonus voice is allowed to be here at a time. Bonus voice? I'm just as important as you are. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. All I'm saying is that it's my third time here and it's your first. You're not unwelcome, but from my perspective, you're definitely bonus.
There was a free seat in the car and you took it up.
I'm going to describe the room now.
Please.
The interior of the cabin is vast and regal. High arched windows line the walls, their multicoloured glass casting kaleidoscopic patterns across the stone floor. An iron chandelier hangs from the vaulted ceiling, its many candles lit with flickering light, vaguely illuminating the massive room. This is a house fit for royalty.
And I find the stained glass windows featuring the princess holding a heart, not necessarily mine, a little concerning.
Before you, there isn't a blade, is there? That's not good.
No, I'm wiggling the camera around. There doesn't appear to be a blade on the table. Does it matter if the blade's here? She used it last time, and the time before that, she used it to kill us. So now you're going to talk about the mirror.
Oh, I see it. I've just been preoccupied with everything else going on, like the fact that we can rip our own heart out without deciding that's what we're going to do.
And the fact that we're strong enough to do that.
Is that what happened to you last time? How did that even work? You better not do it again. Lucky for you, the one who did it is the one who's gone. Wonderful. Moving on, I have no idea what you're talking about. There is no mirror. There's only the stained glass windows, the empty table where your blade should be, and the door to the basement. You said that last time too, but that hasn't stopped it from showing up again. Or moving. Mirror or no mirror, the door to the basement, your only way forward, is just on the other side of the room. How about you walk over there? I see your point, but it's still an option that's been taken away from us. I don't like losing options.
You're going to be that guy.
Yes, and it's an important one. It's your implement. You're going to need it if you want to do this right. Means that you have not yet done this right. But it's not there, is it? We don't even get the choice. So, what are we supposed to do? I don't actually know. I'm sure it'll turn up somewhere. It has to. It's part of the whole structure of this place, I think. At the very least, it's important. You cross the room, stopping just in front of the door to the basement. Is this about that supposed mirror? Just reach forward and fumble around a bit. I'm sure you'll find the handle. Well, shall we have a look at ourselves? Maybe it won't go away this time.
$10 as it does.
You reach forward, your hand instinctively wrapping around the handle.
Nice door. I say that's a very fine door.
Figures.
Hold
And then you push the door open.
Give it $10, by the way.
Marvellous. We can proceed. It would seem that the stairs to the basement don't lead to a basement at all. Rather, they
Ascend.
go up. They're draped in fine carpet, too, one that feels pleasantly soft against your feet.
Interesting.
If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably... no, that doesn't work here at all. This place is nice. It's fancy, even. I have to say, whatever you did in your previous lives, I deeply dislike how much it's thrown me off my rhythm.
And well, that seems to be the best part from my perspective so far.
Well, if all of this has thrown you off your rhythm so much, then maybe we don't have to slay the princess.
The S in slay should be capitalized. It's the title
No,
of the game.
you absolutely do. Just because she lives in a nice house doesn't mean she doesn't pose a direct threat to all of reality. It's in her very nature. Am I the only one who remembers how much she changed last time? Does she even have a nature? That is precisely why she poses a threat. I don't know, she got weird for a second, yeah, but she didn't change that. We have to move on. This is a wildly dangerous line of reasoning. No, you can't just say that and not... Her voice, gentle and warm, with an undercurrent of fatigue, rolls down the stairs.
You're home. Dinner's ready.
She sounds tired.
As much as I desperately want to know what happened last time, We are not going to examine it. The more we think, the worse this gets. Why are you so on edge? This is much nicer than what we're used to. I'd like to have dinner. Dinner sounds nice. That
already had dinner.
is the problem. This isn't supposed to be nice, and she's supposed to be a prisoner. I need to stop talking. I need to stop talking. Just go upstairs, okay? And don't eat the food.
I'm not listening to you. You're paranoid.
This hall, like the one below, is grand and beautiful. Torches bathe the room in warm, comforting light, just enough to illuminate the tapestries along every wall, woven with scenes of chivalry and courtship and romance. The many cloth eyes are fixed on each other, gazes averted from the long table in the center of the room.
They are
The
like.
princess, seated at its far end. Your pristine blade glints in the weak torchlight, hanging from a golden chain around the princess's neck. So that's where it is. And the tip is already pointed right at her heart. Okay, everything is falling back into place. All you have to do is cross the room, push down a little, and the entire world is saved. That's easy.
Yeah, but that's too easy. And besides, stabbing a lady to death with her own jewelry, that's just low.
Isn't that suspiciously easy? There has to be a twist. There has to be something waiting for us. You saw what happened to her last time. She's not what she seems.
So, in all this mess, am I just voice of the smartass?
You're here. Now we can start being happy together. Why don't you sit down? Wouldn't that be nice?
As the words leave her mouth, the torches flare and a chair swings in from behind, knocking your legs out from under you. You're forcibly seated at the head of the table.
Isn't that better? It is better, right?
What is this place? What are we supposed to do now? You mentioned dinner on the stairs. Excuse me. Get up. Slay the seat. Slay the princess. Straight to the point, huh?
It's our happy ending, just like you asked for. It's everything we're supposed to have ever wanted.
It's all empty in here. What do we sleep on the table? What do we do now?
Oh, right, dinner. I'd totally forgotten about it.
The flames burn bright, and a shadow dives across the table. In its wake, it leaves a feast.
That was badass.
Go ahead and dig in. I'm sure you're hungry.
Remember what I said.
I do. Remember what I said.
Oh, but it looks so amazing, and after everything we've been
Also,
through,
was
we could
Christie's
really
voice sounding
use a
better when
break.
she was in chat?
Yeah.
Are you sure we need to be so concerned? I'm not sure about anything, and that's the problem. For what it's worth, I generally don't think one should trust strange food that magically appears on a table. But nothing here is exactly what I expected it to be, so make of that what you will.
Someone never went to Hogwarts.
You begin to feast, and the princess follows suit, her soft smile never fading.
And I clearly have very long forearms.
The food is more exquisite than you ever could have
Welcome back, Dad.
imagined. You sample
Yeah,
countless otherworldly dishes, sauces and bread and hearty stews whose tastes dance across your tongue. You tear at hunks of meat practically melting from the bone, juicy and tender and bursting with flavors you could scarcely begin to describe.
Does it taste like
Your
pork?
So
cup
apparently
fills
they've released
itself
2 new
again and again
toothpaste
with
flavors,
flowery
which
nectar so sweet it tastes
unsure
like
about.
glimmering jewels. This really is perfect, isn't it?
2 flavors.
Where's the
It
twist?
is the best meal you've ever had. But then it's over, and you're just as hungry
Maybe-
as when you began.
Oh,
Wasn't that perfect? We should do it again.
The shadow washes across the table,
So I've got
clearing and
birthday cake?
replating. The feast is once again
Sherbet?
laid before you. The food is good.
Far out.
Again, you tear into golden, crispy flesh, dab at the slurry of
Energy
aromatic
drink
sauces on your
flavour,
plate,
it's fucking Red
thick
Bull.
crusted bread, sip your goblet of sparkling gems. But you have done this already. And then
candy
it's
cane?
over, and you're just as hungry as when
Apple
you
pie?
began.
You're still hungry too, right? I know
And
this wasn't
lychee.
as good as it was last time, but we just have to do it again. That's all. It'll be perfect if we just do it again.
So the shadow sweeps over the table, clearing the old and laying out the new. And so...
Interesting
give it a
flavors,
go.
I'm not sure I'd actually pick them though.
The meat is fine, the bread is fine. You sample the side dishes and they're fine too. You finish your goblet, the liquid within no longer glimmering on your palate, instead leaving your mouth coated in a tacky film. You put it down and it fills again. You do not drink more. So we had a mediocre meal. It's not a big deal.
I don't need to buy
That's
more
the
fucking
trap.
toothpaste.
It wasn't mediocre at first. It's trending down.
Oh,
Yeah, because we're just sitting at a table eating magic illusion food.
We're just getting a little sick of it.
that's cheap.
So what? We just have to try something new. I'm sure we won't be stuck eating the same meal forever. Regardless of quality, it's over again, and you're just as hungry as when you began.
again.
Again.
You
No,
don't need any
no,
more toothpaste,
something
do
was
you?
wrong that time. But maybe I was just
Okay.
tasting it wrong. It looks just as good as it
Yeah, I
did the
left
first
like,
time. It
what,
shouldn't
5,
taste
6
like
bottles
this.
over there?
Again, the shadow replaces your feast. And again you eat.
Because they've got
The
another
meat
deal
is
going.
greasy. The bread is tough, its crust hurting. your
5
jaw as
tubs
you
of
chew.
them for
The
20
grey
bucks.
vegetables are barely worth the effort of picking through. You don't even touch the goblet. Its sickly sweet aroma utterly unappealing.
Bad wine.
So it's essentially buy
I'm
2, get 3 free.
Tired of eating.
You're not eating!
At least you still have the memory of how good it was the first time. Right?
The only thing is you can't choose what flavors
so
you get. It's just
tired of
another
this.
mystery bundle.
As the words leave her mouth, one of the torches on the wall sputters.
But alas,
Then
I
it goes
don't
out in
need
time.
any more.
What just happened? Did I do something wrong?
A light went out. Maybe a coincidence. But maybe not.
Over here I've got
I get
like
the feeling that I'm going to be seeing these
12
4
to
torches,
15
and the only way to
tubes
get
of
the
it.
true ending is to put them all out.
As if in response to the dousing of their brother, the other 3 torches blaze brighter, their flames licking at the walls. Their shadows
Should
deepen,
potentially think about
dancing
getting souls on
angrily
there.
across the stone.
What just happened? Did you make that torch go out? I don't think you did anything wrong. I think you just said something you wanted to say. It's just a torch. Don't worry about it. Still plenty of light. Well, we ate. What are we supposed to do now? Excuse me, stand up, get up, kill the princess. I think you just said
well,
something you
that
wanted
is
to
the
say.
name of the
But
game.
it was wrong. I took away a piece of our light. I'm not supposed to do that. I don't want him to be upset with me.
Him? Him who?
I found something
Who?
out
His
that was kind of
voice, it whispers
interesting
sweet
recently.
nothings in my ear.
Hmm.
I think he made this
Flames
voice
are hollow.
once.
It all makes sense now. It's him, isn't it?
Okay.
He's making all this happen. He's the one who trapped us here. Who? The lovesick one. The one from last time. He's not gone. He's just with her now.
I
He's
don't know,
the
I thought
shadow.
that was interesting. For some odd reason, I thought they were more like a
Hey,
block.
Swinton. You're real chatty last time. Did you have anything to say?
Smitten.
The torches flare and the shadow grows for a moment, but you don't receive a response.
But it also makes sense why
No,
it's hollow.
I saw him smile. That's him.
Put out the torches.
Regardless, it would seem that he, if there is a he, isn't something you can talk to.
He says his words are just for me, but he wants me to ask. Isn't this enough? Isn't this what you wanted him to do?
I certainly didn't want him to tear my heart out. That was for you to do 10 years
Barely.
later when we get divorced.
He says he's tired. I don't think he'll answer anything else you have to say. I don't
Now
know.
what do we do?
Maybe we could play a game.
I
Yeah,
am playing a game.
that's exactly what we should do.
The flames roar and the shadow comes dancing across the table. It leaves behind an intricate game. Its pieces elegant and beautiful and enticing, its simple rules already apparent, even with little explanation.
We can probably work together to figure this out as we go. That sounds like a lot of fun, right?
Yet another waste of time. Why all the distractions? What are we being distracted from? That's the real game. And I feel like I'm 2 steps behind. You're overthinking it, mate. I feel like this is just something to do. We might as well try to have some fun. You and the princess do indeed figure it out as you go. And what a game it is. The tension between turns, the triumphant and careless plays, the warmth of trust and the cool texture of deception. And then, the climax, as she places her final piece.
Oh, I think we got the rules wrong.
And so you start over. Time
What am I
passes.
holding?
You play the game. You win. Hey! Will you look at that?
Oh, you won. I guess we can play again.
Time passes. You play the game. She wins.
So what is this, Warhammer?
Oh, I won. I guess we can play again.
There is a long pause, and the board does not reset.
Come on.
This isn't fun anymore, is it?
It's never going to stay fun. You don't need me to tell you that it isn't. Oh. The
Bingo.
princess visibly panics as another torch sputters.
Wait. Maybe this is just too easy. Maybe if we added more rules and pieces, it would be fun again.
Yeah. The game's just a little simple. We can make it fun again. The shadow descends on the board once again. More pieces are added, their shapes more intricate, their purposes less immediately clear, and the two of you set about discovering the complexities of the game anew. And so you do. And it is fun.
Is that house cards?
In fact, it's almost as fun as the first time you played, and the sputtering torch roars back to life. But then you get used to the additions, and the feeling starts to fade. A creeping numbness settling in over the board. More pieces are added. Feelings flare. The feelings fade. The princess suggests new rules. A glimmer of what could have been excitement flits through your mind, quickly vanishing as the game progresses. Your pieces advance in an ever-increasing slog to their destination. Winning and losing become nothing but ends, and even the end becomes nothing as you roll over into a new game, the board resetting as many times as you can finish, till finally...
I'm out of ideas. I'm actually out of ideas this time. I don't think I can play anymore.
That's it.
As the words leave the princess's mouth, another torch goes out. Again, the remaining flames burn brighter, and the shadow dances faster.
I'm happy. I promise. We're both so happy here. You don't have to be upset.
This is... awful. I think we all know that we're not happy. We just have to admit it to ourselves.
Still plenty of light. This place isn't right. We have to put the rest of them out. We have to get rid of that shadow. Yep. Are you actually happy here?
The princess starts to hyperventilate, her quick breaths punctuating the uncomfortable silence between you.
Yes! Why wouldn't I be? Let's not talk about it.
We've eaten, we played games, now what? We need the truth.
I don't feel anything.
The third torch sputters out. The princess's shadow dances furiously against the far wall.
There's just one left.
I'm back.
What's going to happen when it goes out?
What do you think will happen? Don't worry about what's going to happen. If you could do anything in the world, what would it be? What would you choose? What if the shadows have been showing us isn't real? We need to see what happens when the light goes out.
So I just heard one hell of a joke.
I think
What do you want?
I'd like to dance under the stars.
Oh, that's wholesome.
So, do you know about the
sounds
Australian Great Barrier
lovely.
Reef?
But there aren't any stars here. I
Um,
have to leave.
As she says
so
that, the
it's
shadow
our
rushes forward and
largest
tightens its grip on her
underwater
wrists.
marine.
I'm not happy here. I don't think I
Like-
ever was.
Coral reef.
The princess sobs,
burying her face in her hands as
Just
the final
where a
torch
bunch of
blows out.
coral and shit live. It's really good for marine
Are you
biodiversity.
crying? Are you okay? Well, this sucks. You can open your eyes. I'm still here, you know. Let's exchange. I'm still just sitting here.
She raises her head, mascara
It's
trailing
currently
down her
kind of
cheeks.
fucked.
So
It's gone through a process called
It's dark in
bleaching,
here, isn't it?
which
The
everything's just
princess's
dying.
eyes dart to the floor.
Well, we can't sit here forever.
And guy
Part
was
of us is
going,
over.
oh yeah,
The princess
the Great
pushes herself
Barrier
from her
Reef
chair,
is
and
something that you
instinctively
guys
do the
have been
same,
destroying for so
waiting by
long.
the top of the
The last
stairs
thing
as
I
she
saw
proudly crosses the room.
something in an ocean with a hole that big was Steve Steve
Still
Irwin's
care
heart.
about me?
Goddamn.
And there it is.
Oh,
Of course I do. I don't think I'll ever stop. Whatever we had between us wasn't real. This is. I don't know. I don't know if I ever have. Maybe I can now. I'm not sure I've ever had the chance to figure out how I feel about you. I've just wanted to leave since the moment I found myself in the woods. Yeah, let's go with this one.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you to say that. I still care about you, too, so maybe this wasn't all bad. But I don't think this place is for us anymore. I think we need to go.
As the princess steps towards the stairs, you offer her your hand. The corners of her mouth curl into a demure smile, and she gently takes your hand in hers. She's cold and a little clammy, but her skin against yours is the most real thing you have ever felt.
Still wondering if we're ever going to get into why I'm a dragon.
You're offering surprisingly little resistance. If we leave the cabin, doesn't that end the world?
I like how you
Holy
guys
shit,
are
the
saying
mic
end
does
the
sound
world,
better.
but not destroying it.
It does. If he's telling the truth.
coming through so much clearer.
I've seen
I'm
my
not
fairy
surprised.
tale ending, and I think there might be worse things than the end of the world. Really was just
See, there's a difference in
one
quality
last
between
brother then, wasn't there?
earbuds
Think what you
and
will.
an actual headset.
I'm
But,
done
yeah.
fighting.
Earbuds are just...
You and the princess don't exchange words as you descend the stairs
They
to
are
the
passable.
cabin's entrance.
They do the
They
job
need
and
to get
nothing
done.
more.
Then the two of you
Yeah.
step out into the world. I think this is the end of me. Even if it's not the end of you.
I do imagine you're
I hope
much
this was
enjoying the
worth it.
comfort of it though.
Genuinely, I do. He's really gone. Isn't it? Yeah. There's an itching in the back of my head that feels like it's finally been scratched.
I just also
No more
really hate
shadowy
having to
figures
jam in
yanking
my
at our
ears.
strings. No
Fair
more
enough.
strings. I guess we're free.
So what? The narrator was just trying to keep the world going so he'd exist? Is that what this is?
The stars are
Possibly.
so beautiful.
A quiet moment passes over you. A comfortable quiet.
I meant it when I said I
So
wanted to
something
dance.
similar to the Stanley Parable?
She gently pulls you forward, and the two of you fall into graceful step. The only rhythm that guides you is the shared thumping of your hearts, beating in perfect unison. Her face, worn and tired, brightens the faster you move. A soft, sad smile, widening and widening, until it reflects only genuine affection. You send her out in a wide spin, and your arms stretch to their limits. Only the tenuous grasp of your hands and hers holding you together. You share a gaze that feels like it lasts forever.
Thank you for taking me here. This is nice.
I know she changes it into a harpy and stabs you.
Again? Whoa, what the
Yeah.
fuck? But you don't get the chance to respond. Something has taken her away, and it's left something else in her place.
She's gone. Where did she go? Here. Why now?
I don't know where she went, and I don't know how we'd even go about looking for her. The narrator's gone. I think I'm supposed to look at the mirror.
I'm begging you, don't do this.
You approach the mirror.
This doesn't feel right. It feels different. Final. It's calling us. And not in a good way.
Voices feel small, distant as you approach. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone. But the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. It's you. You are alone in a place that is empty. It is quiet here. You're at the cabin.
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
What are you? The gift of
When
fragile
she get her
vessel?
hand back.
After the first story.
Is this the end of the world? Let her out of there. You know the narrator? Are you sent me here to slay the princess? Are you trapped in here? Do you know about the worlds beyond this place? Are you the princess? Do we know each other? Attack the entity, destroy your body. What are you?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
I don't know.
I think that you are like me. We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
The gift of a fragile vessel?
Yes, nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond, perspectives to make my own.
This one is a songbird in a cage of gilded shadows. She will make for an honest heart. Do not mourn her. She has finally learned to sing for herself.
Is this the end of the world?
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
Because there's no world. It looks like hair, honestly.
I'm sorry. There are some changes that can never be undone. There are some tears that can never be unshed. This is not a place that can hold a fragment of a concept. The moment she arrived here, she was going to return to me.
This reminded me of a Flash game I saw a long time ago. It was called Tragedy Theater, I think. It feels like one of those games where your actual enemy is the narrative itself. Like one of those, the fourth wall isn't broken, it's kind of pulled apart and used as a weapon against the fifth wall.
I promise that it doesn't hurt.
Looks like it tickles though.
You are the only thing I have ever known. The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
Are you what sent me to slay the princess?
I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free. I know only that they are. She is part of me, and part of me is her.
So what we could be looking at here is whatever we're talking to right now is fragmented between the princesses of all the other scenarios. And looking at things, there could be... There's probably at least 3 scenarios. One where she dies, one where she kills us maliciously, and one where she kills us mercifully. I guess is what you could call her stabbing us to death relentlessly while she cries and says she's sorry.
Princess got them Corrin vibes.
Kinda though.
Which Corrin? Like Chainsaw Corrin?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's in this.
Yeah. I've been watching Dragon Ball Z for the last week. No, she's not a fluffy little sage cat. Were you always the princess, or just making her a part of yourself?
You speak in circles. Does it matter where one thing begins and another ends?
I suppose it only matters where a movie begins and ends.
You are familiar, but you are not me. I feel sadness, longing, hope as I witness you. Nothing, as we are, but I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to. Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
So was a little right, in concept at least. Great skill, but I find a way to kill you. How much will I forget? How many more pieces of you do I have to find? And what if I don't let you do this to me? I was sent to slay the princess to stop her from destroying the world. If it helps you, is that what you're going to do?
I have not lived. I am not afraid to die. More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home.
Oh man, I hope I don't have to find as many princesses as there are pairs of hands.
Everything. Until we meet again.
Okay, I just realized. The hands on her face are covering her eyes. That's obvious. But the 4 arms that are cupping her head are moving it. Pardon me. The 2 on her mouth and cheeks are moving her jaw to make her speak. And I think the one on her chest, one of them is working together with the 2 on her stomach to forcibly inflate and deflate her lungs, and the one at her chest is working her vocal cords to make her speak, and then the other 2 are articulating her hands. Oh no, wait, the one I was looking at on her lower chest is her hand. That's the one moving her left hand. This is funky. It's like a puppet on strings on steroids. What if I don't let you do this?
Then we will be here forever, as we are now. Unfinished, dry, hollow.
Like a bowl of cake batter that hasn't been baked.
You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remold.
Being semantic. What are you going to do if I help you?
How can I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated.
Okay, let's do this.
She asks that I tell you to remember her. You will.
Everything goes dark and you die. Again! Okay, hold on. Bring your happy ending to her.
You're on a path in the
The
woods.
real, said the princess, starts
And
here.
at the end of that
You'll know it when you see it.
path is a cabin. You're here to slay her.
Okay, we know. Note. You can skip previously seen dialogue by hitting R1 on your controller. Huh.
Don't linger on the specifics.
Okay.
Look, you're all...
Okay, we've done this.
While I... Does it? Oh, if only that were the case. But I don't make the rules. I have to say, I'm surprised at your reluctance thus far. But unfortunately for the both of us,
That was
you're
Kent,
the
so
only
I'll do
one
this.
who can pull this off. Like I said, I don't make the rules. No matter how much I wish I... Of course, then I guess we'll just...
Should we do Kevin? Okay, you know what?
The interior of the blade is your... You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing her voice.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
That voice did sound pretty sinister.
Good. You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Okay, whoever this actress is, she's amazing. Okay, yeah, you caught me. I'm here to slay you. Nuh-uh. Haven't decided yet.
The fuck you mean, nuh-uh?
And the two of us just talk.
Look how reasonable she's being. We should just drop the blade and talk things out. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. Killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us. You ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be.
I'm wigged out by what happened to you last time, but I'm also
Step
very
forward,
curious.
Your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
I also want to get the I'm an asshole bit over
I'm
with.
probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Nah. Are you sure she's unarmed? I'm sorry, can we just talk? I'm not dropping the blade. Ah, fuck it, let's get this over with. Slay the princess!
Unfortunately, clouds your thoughts as you attempt to run her through. A moment of distraction and hesitation is all she needed to sidestep your thrust and deliver a catastrophic blow to your jaw.
Damn.
It feels like you've been hit with a sledgehammer. You can feel bone grinding on bone where your jaw has been fractured. Holy shit, that hurt!
Hey, swore!
Though she's unarmed, the shock of that first strike is enough to stagger you, putting you and the princess on somewhat equal footing. Your blade slashes through the air again and again,
it's comic
and her
strip.
fists connect with your body as many times or more, each impact as heavy as that first bone-crushing hit. We can still turn this around.
Finish the job.
You and the princess stare at each other, both gasping for breath, equally exhausted. You probably won't make it out of here alive, but you can at least make sure that she won't make it out of here either. Excuse me? Do you think this is what I wanted to happen? I have a duty to state the facts of the situation, and honestly, it's a miracle anyone is still standing right now. Can you not feel all those ruptured organs bouncing around in there? If the princess doesn't do our friend in herself, internal bleeding is certain to finish the job. The two of you clash for the final time. You feel your ribs break as she delivers a heavy blow, but you push through the pain, falling forward and sinking your blade deep into the princess's heart.
I have slayed the princess.
The two of you fall to the floor.
This was fun.
Yeah, kind of was. But, for the record, you're not gonna die, and neither am I. I don't know what's happening, but it's weird.
The princess gasps, her voice an unhealthy rasp as her lungs start to fill with blood.
You put up more of a fight than I thought you would. But I have to wonder, do you really think this is the end?
But you don't have time to worry over such things. Everything goes dark, and you die.
The adversary.
You're on a path
Slay done!
in the woods.
Yay!
And at the end of that path is a cabin. You're here to slay her.
I'm getting a terrible sense of deja vu. But I died. She's going to kill me again. But I already slew the princess. Sure, she also killed me, but I definitely got her.
I can assure you that you didn't slay her and that she didn't kill you. People don't just spring back to life after dying, and the two of us are me. Keep it that way. You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. That's fine. It doesn't matter if you can hear us. The only thing that matters is marching up to that cabin and winning. That's the spirit. There's no point in squabbling when the real threat is just up that hill.
Let's assume I'm telling the truth and all this really happened.
Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it... Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or you died last time, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to. We did our best with the information we were given, and we did kill her. And yet you still died, didn't you? So congratulations, you've been given another chance to actually do this right.
And you've been given another chance to be a dick.
And I believe your other question was something along the lines of, oh, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. We killed the princess killed us, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely?
I know time is in quotation marks. I thought nothing of it the first time, but now...
Had you failed to slay the princess, what would have happened to everyone in the place you left?
I don't know. Everything would have been reset and we'd go into a church or something?
Ugh, enough with the talking. We've got a fight to win. Nothing else matters. I couldn't agree more. The cabin and your destined confrontation with the princess awaits.
Hi, Artemis.
Just be quick about it.
We killed each other the last time around. How can I make sure that doesn't happen
Like I
again?
said, if she killed you, it was probably because you didn't listen to me. Don't talk to her, don't trust her, just go in, do your job, and save the world.
And that's exactly what I did. All she did the last time around was beat me to death.
She just can. Believe me, I wish I could tell you more, but you'll just have to trust that what I'm saying is true, and that, despite it all, you're fully up to the task that's been given to you. Oh, this is maddening. Why do you keep asking questions?
Because I'm inquisitive, and you're the voice of the jackass.
There's nothing wrong with getting the full picture of what's going on here. Sure there is. It's wasting time and energy that would be better spent fighting.
Okay, Vegeta.
People locked her in that basement, and Look, I'm not... Oh, I didn't know we were special. Yeah, I like the sound of that.
Yeah, you would.
Of course you're special. Why else would you be here? I've told you everything you need to know. Going into what else would we even need to know? We've got all the reason we need for a rematch. Exactly. The less you know about her, the better. Great. Now, a warning. Before you go, she will lie.
She will lie, she'll cheat,
Lying
she will steal,
and
she will
doesn't
shoot.
sound like her at all. Not that it matters. It's not like she can lie or cheat in the middle of a fight.
She can tell us her shoelaces are untied, and we can be dumbass enough to believe it.
Are you sure about that? The point of my warning wasn't to start an argument over what circumstances the princess is capable of lying in. It was to give you some broadly applicable advice. The princess will do and say whatever she thinks it will take to get her out of there. So don't trust her. Ever. Are we clear?
Except in the Smitten scenario, because at that point, she wasn't the untrustworthy one.
Crystal, let's just get on with it already.
Okay, this guy sounds like he should have a scar on his cheek and a big head and probably a missing eye. With a little creepy wince. Okay, what's it look like? A boxing ring? A gym? Hooah!
The cabin is tighter than its exterior would suggest.
It's a plane.
Its cold stone walls press in on you, as if trying to forcefully direct you towards your destination. The only furniture of note is a black iron altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge. See? Even the cabin has the right idea. Let's get moving. The blade is your implement. That's because there isn't a mirror. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. You already wasted so much time in the woods. Who even cares if there's a mirror?
There's a mirror.
Walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny.
And it's gone.
Reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know, but it was there a second ago, and now it's gone. So all of us can stop arguing about it and get to fighting.
Making movies, singing songs, and fun in the cabin.
You take the blade from the altar. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
I'm expecting you to go down there and see her in a corset, leather armor, and carrying a rapier. Or at least a knife of her own.
Very different. Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess. So focus up. The world is depending on you.
Heavy doors.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a rough stone staircase, its walls pressing at your sides and tightening as you descend. The air seeping from below is heavy and oppressive, with an almost sulfuric odor to it.
Ooh, read hell.
If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her fierce voice carries up the stairs.
Is that another challenger? Finally. It's been ages since I've had a good fight.
Oh, this version of her was probably jacked.
This isn't what she sounded like last time. Her voice is a little deeper, almost threatening.
Almost.
Good. Sounds like my kind of princess. As much as I appreciate the enthusiasm, just make sure you don't let your bloodlust get to your head. You need to stay focused and keep your wits about you. Remember, you're here to slay the princess, not to have a good fight.
Now screw that. That sounds like fun.
As you descend
Whoa,
the
hello!
final step, the form of the princess comes into view. A large shackle leading from her wrist to the basement wall.
Okay.
Oh, she's a tiefling.
Hi, Karlak.
Looks like she could rip those chains out of the wall without a second thought.
Kinda.
Oh, it's you again. I've been hoping you'd find your way back here. Good to see that death doesn't stick for either of us. And you brought your little knife, too. Yes. I'm going to have fun breaking you into little pieces.
I've heard all that, Mr. Nader. This is a lot different than the last time, but this definitely happened.
Okay, fine. Let's say for a moment I believe you. For all we know, whatever happened to you last time was just a fluke, and beyond that, do you know who doesn't remember anything that happened last time? Me. I don't remember what happened last time.
Are you okay?
Of course I'm not okay. As far as we're all concerned, the fate of my world is still very much on the line. Not all of us have the luxury of jumping over to a parallel universe the second we die.
You look different.
You look exactly the same.
Yeah, like a ghoulish lizard thing with no hair. So you do remember me.
Oh, I remember you all right. Best 3 minutes of my life. So, why don't we do it again?
Sounds like what my first girlfriend said.
See? She wants to fight us again. There's no reason for us
I
to
couldn't
stand
resist.
around talking.
I'm not saying I'm not here to fight, but I think the two of us have a few things to unpack first. Like, are we both still alive? I don't know what happened to you since the last time we met, but I'm not fighting a giant demon lady. Bye! Oh, like a bitch! I'm not saying I'm not here to fight.
What is there to unpack? I was dead and now I'm not, and the same goes for you. There. Unpacking done.
Oh, I like her.
Don't you get it? We've been given free reign to wail on each other. Forever.
Huh, sounds like marriage.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
I'm actually here to free you.
Free her? You aren't.
I don't know why I'm even bothering, to be honest. You know the stakes of the situation.
Who says I want to be free?
The guy that can tell that you like to beat people up. If you don't want to be free, then what do you want?
I want the two of us to fight to the death. I want to feel your knife split my flesh. And I want to hear your bones snap beneath my fists.
Oh my!
Is that really too much to ask?
Yeah, especially that last part. Don't be such a coward. I'm just being cautious. If it comes to violence, we can find a way to deal with her that doesn't involve throwing our life away. I'd rather not die again, and I find it deeply disturbing that you seem to relish the thought of it. Because it doesn't matter if we die again. It'll just be another opportunity to have the fight of our life. We don't know that for sure, and I'd rather not bet on it.
How the hell? Whee!
Finally ready to complete your destined task, you launch off the wet stone floor of the basement and catapult yourself headlong towards the princess. Here we go. Let's make this count. Oh, we'll make it count, all right. As you bridge the gap, your blade slashes across the princess's chest, splitting skin and drawing a jagged line of bright red blood.
Oh,
unfazed by
that
your
sounded
onslaught.
painful.
Her expression barely changes as her fist collides with your ribs, cracking them like twigs and driving you right back down to the basement floor. You can hear her chains snap as you struggle to recover from the impact. She almost looks disappointed in us. Why is she disappointed in us?
Because we went down in one hit!
Oh, you don't actually get it, do you? That knife may be sharp, but you clearly don't want to kill me. It's not fun if you hesitate. It's not fun if you try to trick me and make me bleed out. It's only fun if you go straight for the heart. You need to put everything you have into seeing me dead. Or what's the point? So don't be afraid. Don't hesitate. Kill me.
Don't let her get in your head. Reincarnation or not, this world needs you to win. She's huge, but that probably means she's slower than us. Take it slow, think it through, and don't panic. Bleeding her out is our best course of action. Don't listen to them. She understands something that they don't. The only way to win, the only way out of this is through her.
Let's give her what she wants.
That's your plan, then. That's your plan. You push off the ground, ignoring the pain in your ribs as you charge at the princess once more. You can feel flesh give way before a sudden impact blunts your momentum, your weapon tightly lodged in the bone of her arm. She grins at you from behind her guard. Pull it out. We'll try a different angle. No, we can do this. Just keep pushing. We're not gonna win if our weapon's stuck in her arm.
It might if it goes through it.
The princess's grin widens as the two of you push against each other, her fiery eyes and masochistic glee practically lighting up the dreary cave.
Yes, you finally get it, don't you? Nothing exists outside of us. It's just you and me, dying and coming back, clashing against each other. Forever.
I've read 3 books
That's
that go
not
that way.
what's going on. There's an entire world at stake here.
Look, pal, unless you're actually talking about ribeyes, I don't care.
Yes, the thing that matters is getting stronger, and the only way to get stronger is to win, even if it takes us forever to get there. Your balance is suddenly thrown off as the princess pulls you into her knee. It collides with your ribs, and you feel them splinter, cracking like wet wood from the impact. We're fine! But you barely have enough time to notice before the princess follows up and smashes her forehead against yours. Your grip loosens from the impact, the blade still wedged in her arm as you tumble to the cold stone floor. I said we're fine. I didn't say you weren't fine. I was just describing what happened. You might not have said as much, but you certainly implied it. It really doesn't matter. The princess glances down at the blade embedded in her arm, and with near total ignorance to pain, slides it out of its sinewy prison.
You forgot this.
Oh, thank you.
She tosses it at your feet.
I didn't get you anything. Aren't you jumping the gun here, a little here? We each died once. That doesn't mean we're immortal. Were you being metaphorical when you said that nothing is outside of us? There's more to the world than just this cabin. There's some trees and everything on my way here. Actually, I think I'm done fighting you. I don't think this is healthy for either of us. Nah, commit.
You and the princess attack each other once again, each of you dealing a single, terrible, lethal blow.
Wait, does that mean we're...
Oh yeah.
Dead. Or rather, about to be dead. As your blade pierces her sternum, the princess buries her fist into the soft meat of your organs.
Oh my.
You feel a few horrifically painful pops, a gush of fluid, and... it's over. It's finally over.
No, it's not. We're just getting started.
But it is over. Dead is dead. I know this isn't the happiest ending for you, but you saved the entire world from ruin. There are few better endings than that.
I know we got a pretty good one
Well,
last time.
Are you going to listen to him? Or are you going to listen to me? Get up.
Wait.
Get up.
No, that can't be right.
It was the only option.
Your eyes bolt open and you push yourself back to your feet. Alive.
Ha! I told you. I told you this wasn't over.
What about her? The blade went right through her heart.
What about her? If we're fine, then she's fine.
No, she's dead. She has to be... No!
Right. We're all shit out of luck, aren't we? I knew it. I told you we should all believe in her. This is perfect.
The princess rises from the ground, staggering slightly, one hand wrapped around the hilt of the blade still buried in her heart.
We don't even need to start over anymore, do we? Let's go again.
Woohoo!
She pulls the
But,
weapon from her chest, barely wincing, and hurls it at your feet.
You know what to do. Again.
But she came back. What's the point of fighting her if she can just do that? All of you need to settle down. This whole situation is coming dangerously close to untethering. She clearly never actually died. You just missed her heart, that's all.
Rationalizing.
Oh, we just missed her heart. Oh, of course, that's all. You were the one who said we hit her heart. You were the one who said it was finally over.
See, clearly he doesn't believe in his own powers of narration. And, I'm just gonna have to continue this conversation. We just finished, and I'm gonna need like 5 minutes over here to recharge.
Well, I guess I had it wrong. You guess you had it wrong? Aren't you supposed to know everything? I never said I knew everything.
What do you mean close to untethering?
It means nothing. I shouldn't have said that. But you did say it, so it means something.
Oh, stop bickering over nothing. Our destiny is right in front of us. Pick up the blade and go to her.
Okay, fine. That is what I meant by untethering. Do you hear him rambling on about destiny? He's lost the thread, and if you lose the thread, you won't be able to save the world. And what is that supposed to mean? I don't have to answer that, and I'm not going to answer that. Why the bloody hell not? Because right now, there's still a razor-thin chance that you're able to get your act together. There are patterns of thought out there that beg to be finished, but once you finish them, that's it. They change everything. There's no going back, and if I say anything else, you're going to finish one of those thoughts.
But if you don't say anything and we do finish that thought anyway, then it'll mean that you were supposed to say something, and that... I'm tired and my chest hurts. I think I broke my brain.
What?
The princess can't die. Die. You mean like the princess can't die, don't you? Don't you? Well, it's too late for that. I think we've all thought that one. Lie. The princess can't die. Huh.
But you did think it, didn't you?
Wait, I picked the wrong
I
one.
tried, you know. I tried very hard to make this work.
That's what he said.
I don't like that resignation. Are you sure we can't just unthink it?
I'm not gonna say the princess can't die. I'm not even gonna think it. Ooh, I did pick the wrong one. Oops.
Yes, like I said, I'm afraid some thoughts can't be unthought. I'll be back in a moment. I'm going to pour myself a stiff drink. If I'm going to see the end of everything, I'd rather not be sober.
So I was right. Why are all of you so glum? This is perfect, isn't it? We get to experience greatness and battle and triumph forever.
Well, I think it was the stubborn one who said, your destiny awaits, right? No, hold on. There has to be another way. What if we just leave her down here? What if we run away? What if we convince her not to end the world? You can't reason with her. Ending the world is her fundamental nature. It's not a decision she can flip on and off. It is her. And what exactly can't we leave her down here? Because all it would do is stall the inevitable. And what's wrong with stalling? Oh, there's plenty wrong with stalling. The end is still the end, and I'd rather face mine head on.
Now that you're drunk.
Oh, you mopey ass. Why did you even ask us to slay her if it was going to end like this? Because it didn't have to end like this. If you don't mind, I'd rather not spend everyone's last moments arguing with you. It's time. Yes, I suppose it is. If we fight her forever, then maybe she can't end the world. Maybe everything can still work out. I guess we'll just have to see how things play out.
Don't you get it? You don't have to shuffle your feet. What comes next is going to last forever.
With an unbreakable determination, you snatch the blade from the floor
Join
and
your
stumble
adversary.
back to your feet. Both you and the princess quake with adrenaline as your eyes lock across the basement floor and share a knowing look. Free from hesitation, you close the distance, both you and the princess aiming to end each other. Your blade digs into her neck, grinding against her vertebrae as her fist connects with your body. The impact forces the air from your lungs, stars dancing in front of your eyes as you fail to keep your bearing. You both collapse to the ground before either of you has a chance to survey the damage.
And then we get up.
Yes.
And then you get up.
That was a good one. More.
Play the princess.
You and the princess exchange dozens of
Holy shit!
devastating blows. Sometimes you manage to strike first, and sometimes she tears through you before you have a chance to act. But more often than not, each of you fells the other in the same moment.
Okay, there's that one on the right where I've disemboweled her. And there's that one where it looks like she's stomping my head in. And I think in that one I just straight up, yeah, I cut her face off. She uppercuts me in the jaw. Ooh, traps my arm. Hey, I do have an elbow! Slice her chest. Beaten to death. Clawed to death. And I don't know what's going on that top one, but it looks gruesome. Are those intestines?
And then you get up and do it again. And
And
again.
again. And again.
And again.
And again.
And again.
And again.
And again.
And again.
And again.
And again. Again. Again.
We're all still here. This is all going to be okay. Isn't it?
It's eternal mortal combat.
Isn't it?
But he doesn't answer the voice. He'll never answer. He's gone.
What are you waiting for? I'm right here. Do you think this is... What is this place?
Did we do this?
Huh.
Looks like it.
I didn't think we had it in us. But I guess that stuck-up control freak was right.
It's the end of the world, isn't it? It's the end of everything.
Far from it. We're still here. And she's still here too.
Puts us stumbles and our bodies.
I feel so... tired.
Well, we've been beating each other to death viciously for what's probably been days, so I'd imagine. Ah, there's the hands. You don't get a chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave.
She's
when it
gone.
returns.
Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Of course you're scared. This is the end. This is the end for you, but it's not the end of me. It's gonna be okay. Just trust me. We've been here before, and you always get scared.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything.
Screw the mirror. We just need to find the princess.
It's not the end. Whatever's on the other side is going to be nice. The end for you, not the end for me. I'll see you on the other side. It's going to be okay.
Okay. If you say so. We'll trust you.
Maybe there'll be a good fight there. Maybe we'll find her again.
I'll see you on Tugger. You approach the mirror, gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. The bloat. You've grown. Do I have a cloak now? You find yourself in the long quiet once again. At the cabin, approach her.
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
This is getting more interesting by the minute. Are you the same being as before?
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
Everything you say feels like a riddle. Can't you give me a straight answer?
I'm sorry. Words are difficult for me. They never fully weave what I wish to say. If you do not like my answers, then you need not ask me questions.
Fair enough.
The vessels you choose to bring me carry far more meaning than anything words could say in the spaces between.
What does it feel like to change like this?
Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature. The only path forward.
This is all done. Do you know what you'll do?
With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was. I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed. But in this moment, all I want is to know myself and to know you.
You know that at the end of this, once you're finished, I'm gonna kill you, right? No. When I go back, it's as if an invisible wall closed around me. Why can I not do the same things I've done before? I can't? You've been kinder to me than anyone else I've met. Thank you.
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
What do you want me to bring you next time?
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them. My joy is in seeing what you choose. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
Any thoughts on this vessel?
This one yearns to grow and struggle. Even now I feel a will pushing against mine, not realizing that we are one. She will make for a bold heart. Do not mourn her. We will provide her with the growth she fought for. Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now, inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread.
So you don't have any preference on how you'd like to change or grow?
My preference is for you to show me what you would like me to see. I cannot know the ways I wish to grow, for I have yet to feel them. It is you who guides me down the thin trail of perspective and memory.
I will say it's interesting that this version of her only had 2 acts, whereas the first one I chose had 3. I don't want to hurt you, but the more times I go back, the worse I fear things will be.
The vessels are shaped by memories of you, but their impulses are drawn to the edge of the long quiet. To them, you are a gate to something more. and any hurt you've caused them is understood as a fair price for freedom. But they are only thoughts and perspectives. They are not me. The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before. I would be alone and without sensation. I could not feel the joy of having you by my side, for I would not know your absence.
How many more vessels do I need to bring you?
If I am to be an ocean, you have nurtured me into a pond. My waters are shallow and murky, and I yearn for more perspective.
So just keep going.
You will have your rest in due time, and I am sorry for the burdens I place on you.
Alright, I'm ready.
I will long for your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
Everything goes dark and you die. A bold heart. Bring the adversary to her.
You're on a path.
Blah blah blah.
I'm talking.
Blah blah blah.
Don't.
Blah blah blah.
Look, you're. While I. Does it?
Mm-hmm.
Of course. Then I guess we'll just.
Proceed. Okay, this time I think I'm gonna take the knife, but not kill her.
The interior of the blade. You take the. The door to the. Her voice.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous.
Don't let it fool you. Good. You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess.
She's so coldly beautiful.
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
I haven't decided yet.
How about you drop the knife, and the two of us—
Look how reasonable she's being. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. You ignore the trembling in your hands.
You poor thing. Your hand—
You step forward.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? So, you should just drop it.
She's unarmed. You're so close. Don't give up. No, this is a good idea. Maybe we can—
Oh, threatened, are we? You poor thing. Then I'm not talking to you.
Fine.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face. Unarmed. We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
Probably. I did last time.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Pretty awkward. Relationship. Are you coming on to me? How would I get you out of here? I'm here because you're supposed to end the world. There's people out there who think you're going to end the world. What do you have to say about that? What's your name?
She hesitates before answering.
You can address me as your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
Note the lack of detail. You can't trust her.
Are you coming on to me?
Don't jump to any weird conclusions. We're two people who have met each other. By definition, we have a relationship.
True. How long have you been here?
Too long.
Again, she offers no specifics. No matter how hard you try, you'll never get a straight answer out of her.
I hear
just
it's
tell
supposed to
her
end the world.
that.
That's cute. Do you believe that? Do you think I'm some sort of monster? If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
That was something you'd tell me. No, but I'm sure they have the reasons for keeping that information from me. No, and if I'm being honest, I'm more inclined to trust you than I am to trust them.
Sooner or later, you'll understand that I have your best interests at heart. Hopefully sooner.
How sweet. Now be a pal and help me get out of here, would you? We could figure out how to deal with them after I'm free.
Say the princess. Actually, I've changed my mind. I don't trust you. I have a few questions.
Fine. What do you want to know?
You can't. Don't bother.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't, well, we can always put that knife to good use.
Maybe I can use it to pick the lock.
Her sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade. She isn't suggesting what I think she's suggesting, right?
I sure did it
She
once.
is. I'm sure of it.
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
No, not really. I'm gonna keep you locked here, and then we can get to know each other while I decide what to do.
Oh, you have to be kidding me.
Nope.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
If you don't have the key, maybe you should go looking for it. I'm sure it's somewhere upstairs.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess...
If there isn't a key, do you have any ideas? Besides me cutting you out of here.
That would be fine. I can lose an arm.
She speaks with almost complete nonchalance. If we were stuck down here for long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out. Anything to finally be free. You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams. Someone else
You're
here.
quick.
Your
Let me out.
shouts and pleas them. You're here
Yeah.
to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done. You try the door, but it's locked from the outside. I'll repeat myself once again. You're here to slay the princess, and you
You
won't,
won't leave until the task is done, blah, 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 blah.
You make your way back to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd simply slain her like you were supposed to.
Yeah, but where's the fun of that?
Easier for whom? Easier for everyone.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they? The knife. Pick it up and cut me out of here.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
Save the princess.
Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the princess's arm, just above the massive, unyielding chain. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and you make quick work of it.
Ooh.
Before long, you're able to crack through bone, and she pulls the bleeding stub of her arm through the iron gauntlet. She didn't so much as utter a sound. Free from her
She's chill.
bindings, the princess turns to face you, her fierce gaze meeting your eye. How is she so composed after losing an arm? It's like she isn't even bothered by it.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I just can't let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
Warn her. Yep.
Stop that.
I thought
Meh.
this was a little too easy.
Your body lunges forward to sink the blade into her back, but the princess swiftly moves out of the way before you can connect. Stop it. Stop resisting me. I am trying to get you out of here alive.
Resist.
The blade. Move the blade.
She's actually callous this time as opposed to frightened.
You're doing your best to help me, aren't you? I can see the conflict in your eyes. I'll make this quick.
She steps forward and pries the blade from your rigid hands.
Maybe I'll see you in another life.
Oh, I guarantee it.
And then she slits your throat with an almost clinical ease. Her face remains unchanged as she watches you collapse to the ground, blood flowing from your butchered neck. This is the end, isn't it? I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die. I hope it was worth it.
The prisoner.
You're on a path in the woods. You're here to slay her. A terrible sense of déjà vu. No, you don't have that. This is the first time either of us have been here.
Don't forget what he did to us the last
Skeptic.
time around. I wouldn't trust a word out of his mouth. There's got to be a way out of here, for us and for the princess. We just have to keep trying.
I'm inclined to agree. If he doesn't remember what happened last time, maybe it's best to keep it that way. You know I can hear you two, right? And as far as trying to help her goes, need I remind you how catastrophically dangerous she is to the world at large? I told you about the stakes of this situation less than a minute ago.
This is more than just deja vu, though. I'm pretty sure this whole thing
We
really
could go
just
back
happened.
and forth on this forever, and it won't get you any closer to doing your job and saving the world. So let's just agree to disagree.
I'm good at that. Oh wait, there was more dialogue.
A warning.
Oh well.
She will lie.
Yes, don't believe a word she says. Just go in, take the knife, and do what you're supposed to. Wink.
Did you just say wink out loud?
Well, he doesn't have eyes.
No, I didn't. Wink.
Just ignore this clown and focus on the princess.
I forgot the dialogue changes every time you go
The
through the whole.
interior
Let's say
of the cabin
this.
is less a cozy woodland retreat and more like a dungeon. A few pathetic wisps of starlight attempt to illuminate the cold, uninviting stone walls, and thick, wrought iron bars barricade the windows, reminding anyone who enters that this is a prison. The only furniture of note is an iron table, bolted to the floor, a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do...
He
Didn't say anything about the
definitely
mirror.
did not. Does a mirror not count as furniture of note to you? Because it should.
There isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't.
I think you know what we have to do.
Exactly. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? That you waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done?
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. This really isn't funny. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. But it was there a second ago.
And now it's gone. If he doesn't want us to know about it, it must be important. We should keep our eyes peeled. Maybe it'll be back.
You take the blade from the table.
Good idea. Much better to be armed than to go in with blind hope alone.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an old stone
I am
staircase.
thoroughly enjoying this, by the way. This
A few
whole
sputtering torches attempt to vaguely
100 different
illuminate your
scenarios
path, dancing across
leading to a
glimmering
terminus
patches
thing
of
is really
slimy
interesting.
moss on the stone steps.
It's definitely a really interesting
If the
concept.
princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her voice,
Fairly well
harsh
written.
but controlled,
I think you
carries
must
up the
like
stairs.
disconnected tech.
Is that a visitor I hear? Please, come downstairs. It's been a while since I've had company.
Does she remember us?
Sounds like it.
You walk down the stairs and lock
Ooh.
eyes with the princess. She looks up at you, the heavy collar around her neck clanking loudly as she moves.
How about now?
The chains
Much better.
binding both her wrists to the far wall,
Maybe.
joining the metallic
Maybe.
chorus as she adjusts her hands in her
It's
lap.
not as grainy.
Should we be worried about the one around her neck? Why would you be worried about her restraints? If anything, they'll make your job easier.
Have you noticed the empty chain on the wall? Odd that in a place where everything seems to serve a distinct purpose, there would be something so obviously useless.
He's got a point.
What an interesting development. Why don't you have a seat? The two of us should chat before you bury that thing in my heart.
Not sure I need to do much of anything. See how locked up she is? I'm just gonna leave her here. Sit with her.
You step towards the princess, but she stops you before you get too close, holding up one shackled hand.
There's fine. I'd prefer we keep some distance until we've sorted this out.
That's reasonable. We do have a weapon. Might as well put her at ease. You do as she asks and sit on the floor, still a good distance away from her.
Thank you. Now, what are your intentions for me?
My intentions being...
Yes, your intentions. You have a knife. What are you going to do with it? Why are you here? There isn't a keyhole in these shackles, so I'm afraid my only way out is surgical removal.
Is she forgetting about the shackle on her neck?
Or does she think she'd survive a beheading?
You're right. Maybe she's delusional. All the more reason not to trust her.
Unless she really could survive.
Though I suppose you could just be here to kill me. But I don't think that's in either of our best interests.
I've been here before. Am I the only one who remembers that?
Oh? Are we acknowledging that? I thought we weren't going to give away the game. But yeah, I remember.
First you make a comment about having been here before, and now this. As much as I would like to remain in denial, it's no use. This has complicated things.
It's complicated things how, exactly?
Ideally, this was supposed to be one and done. You go to the cabin, you heroically slay the princess, and in the process you save the entire world from being damned to oblivion.
Well, when I tried that, she turned into a demon and beat my face in.
The situation
I got my
right
looks on
now,
now.
where you're getting a second shot at things, is a contingency.
A contingency for what?
For you failing, obviously. And you being here means that things are going to be a lot harder than they were. I really shouldn't say anything else, I'm just going to make it worse. Just... good luck.
If you knew this could happen, why didn't you tell us? All of this is incredibly valuable information. It would have changed our actions considerably.
I needed you to be in the dark for as long as I could keep you there. It's important. Necessary, even. And maybe I wanted to be the first version of me that you met. I didn't want to be confronted by the alternative. That's pathetic. I never said I wasn't. I get it. It would be pretty upsetting, wouldn't it? To know that you might not be the first version of yourself. At least we can remember what happened before. Seems like we should count ourselves lucky for that. Exactly, he gets it. You're lucky. So don't waste that luck by messing it up again. Alright?
Moving on. Why is it important for us to be ignorant? How is it ever helpful to be in the dark?
The more I say, the more your mind will swim into dangerous waters. Even saying that is too much. Your success hinges on you having imperfect information. For the sake of the entire world, you need to accept that.
I won't.
Just give it a rest, this isn't helping.
Focus. This is a serious situation. You shouldn't be daydreaming.
Okay, so the situation we're at now is... I entered the basement with no intentions of killing her and didn't. I entered the basement with apparent intentions of killing her, didn't. And I entered the basement with full intentions of killing her and tried. And we fought like angry bears. Which admittedly was pretty cool. What happened after I
Nothing
died?
happened. You died. I went upstairs. I couldn't leave. I found myself in a new place in chains again. More of them. And now you're back.
Is that really all she knows?
It's not like we have much of a clue about how things work. And she's probably even more in the dark than we are.
Yeah, I'm guessing she doesn't have three voices in her head telling her bullcrap.
You're looking at me like I might be hiding something. I'm not.
I think this is where I'd roll for persuasion.
I guess it's possible she really doesn't know anything. Maybe both of us
Insight.
are stuck in this loop without any idea why or how.
That other chain on the wall. Who's it for?
I don't know, but you could always try it on. Maybe it'll fit.
I hope I don't actually have to say this, but please don't lock yourself in chains. We need you ambulatory if you're going to save the world.
Oh, who knows? Maybe I'd like to stay down here with her.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And why is that?
Do I even need to explain myself? It's a shackle, and it's one without a key. Do you want to be stuck here like she is?
And what? Is it going to lock the second we put our wrist into it?
I don't know. Maybe it will.
He doesn't want us to look at it. That's all the reason we need to investigate.
But what if he's telling the truth?
He isn't.
I am. Good. Forget you ever saw it.
Nice try, but I won't. Specifically because you told me to.
Okay, there's such things too skeptical. How am I supposed to cut you out if you hadn't noticed? Your head's shackled too.
No. Like I trust you to come any closer with that knife. All you're going to do is hand it to me and watch me work.
But she would have to cut her head off, right? She can't be suggesting that.
She certainly seems confident. Maybe she knows something we don't.
Or maybe you should consider the most likely scenario. She's bluffing so she can disarm you.
Though if she isn't bluffing, whatever she has planned might be for her benefit alone. There's no guarantee that what's good for her is good for us.
So, what should we do?
I don't know. I'm just spelling out our options, listing the pros and cons.
Fair point.
Then let me help you. I'll start with the cons. If you're handing her your weapon, the cons are that she might use it to escape and end the entire world. And she might use it to kill you. That doesn't sound great. What about the pros?
There are
none.
Yep.
The pros are that we can't trust him. Possibly even more than we can't trust her. Whatever she has planned could do something to mess with what he has planned. Or maybe they're both screwing us over in their own ways.
You realize that I have as much reason to distrust you as you have to distrust me, right? I'm giving you a weapon, in case you've forgotten. You killed me with it last time. I can cut you out of here. I'm not giving you a weapon. Okay. I'm trusting you. If you want to leave, I'm going to be the one with a weapon. Deal with it. I think I'm just going to leave you here, actually. You're not much of a threat to anyone locked up. Bye!
Slide it over.
No, absolutely not. I am not letting you hand your only weapon over to the world-ending princess. Until you come up with any other idea, like, say, I don't know, doing your job and slaying her, you remain rigidly in place.
You tried this last time. Do you want to know how it went for you?
Oh, I remember. She killed us, which, by your estimation, ended the world, right?
Technically.
I've already tried to take over, buddy.
Exactly. If I were you, I wouldn't be too keen on repeating your mistake. Hell, we could even force your hand and do it ourselves. I'm not afraid of dying again. Are you?
A little. I think you got your point across. Fine. You slide the blade across the floor. The princess maintains unsettling eye contact as she reaches down to pick it up.
Thanks.
She pulls up her hair, smiling slightly, as she raises the blade to her throat. What is she doing? She doesn't say another word as she cuts into her own neck.
Ugh. Watch an uneasy silence. Yes, that's exactly what I'm doing.
Her eyes stare forward, unblinking, as she saws through skin, veins, cartilage. At last she reaches bone, the blade grinding audibly against her vertebra as it continues to slice its way through her neck. I'll be damned. She's actually doing your job for you. Why would she do that?
Huh. So that's her play.
Killing herself?
She isn't dead yet.
Finally, you hear a snap. Her eye twitches. There's an uneasy silence. She remains motionless for a long moment, her twitching eye the only movement in the room, until at last it stops in an unsettling half-wink. Her head twists slowly to the side, flopping to her shoulder, and her neck opens. The
The remaining tissue is not enough to hold the weight of her severed head. It stretches and tears until finally it falls to the floor, completely free. It bounces a few times before rolling to a stop at your feet. Oh no, oh no, oh no, what did we do? Can we put it back? Please tell me we can put it back.
You can't just pop it on back on like a Barbie doll!
The princess's eyes stare up at you. Dead. Congratulations! You saved the world.
Wait for the head to start talking.
So I guess that's it. What a way to go. But she is gone, isn't she?
I hate this. Can we just get out of here now, please? Of course, the princess is slain and the world is saved. Whenever you're ready, you can proceed to your reward.
Now hold on, she's dead. So what's the rush? What's your angle?
I don't have an angle. I'm just looking forward to putting all this behind us. I'm sure you can understand that.
Look, I'm just not ready to put my guard down. It's best to keep sharp. She wouldn't have done all that without some kind of reason. She's left us with this dangling thread, and I need to know why.
I'm with him on this
You're
one.
just wasting your energy. The danger has passed, and now we can all relax and enjoy your reward. Ugh, fine. You pick up the princess's severed head, its neck stump still oozing bodily fluids. Then make your way back upstairs to the first floor of the cabin.
I had a feeling some kind of weird decision was going to come up. I figured it'd be talk to the head or inspect it, but I knew I was going to pick anything involving the head. Don't even think about making the joke. I already made it to myself several times. I've told it twice.
Did you see that? I could have sworn she moved.
Or I did.
She didn't. She's dead.
But what if she's not?
Stop that.
Are you listening to yourself? Do I need to explain to you why decapitation is lethal? The door to your bountiful reward is right in front of you. All you have to do is open it. You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom.
And then?
Only a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is... Wait, no, that's not right.
Well played.
Ah, there she is.
This is the end of the world, isn't it? I always thought I'd at least have time to explain myself before I had to watch it happen. It's already...
Shh. Just go gentle into that good night. Be silent and embrace the quiet. And just...
Over? Is he gone?
But we're still here. Maybe it wasn't the end of the world after all. Maybe it was just the end of his.
Thanks for carrying me up here. I had to take it on faith that you would know what to do. I'm glad I was right to trust you.
Gotta be honest, talking to a disembodied head is weird, but it's not the first time I've done it.
So, this is the outside. Maybe it's just my lack of body, but it's colder than I expected.
A little bit. Ah, so the hands just took her head this time. Wonder if they're just picking up the rest and I'm not seeing it. But you don't get the chance to respond, or you ever essentially
She's gone.
returns.
Where did she go? And there's that mirror again.
Trust me, we've been here before and
It
you always
feels
get
so
scared.
bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything.
You're right. Part of me wants the truth, but something stronger is holding me back. Fear.
See you on the other side.
Okay. If you say so. We'll trust you.
Feels too good to be true.
You approach the mirror. Silence as you step forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. Ew! You've withered. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You're at the cabin. Approach her. Ah.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction. A mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
It can't be a contradiction. Contradictions don't exist.
And yet my waters flow
What?
and my streets bustle. There are no words that can describe me into non-existence. There is no logic that can bind my multitudes. I am everything that you have known me to be, but I am also none of it.
How can you stand to be a contradiction?
As easily as you can stand to be you. You are like me, even if you have chosen not to look at the corners of you that do not fit. Even if you have chosen to ignore the brilliant contours of your soul.
Doesn't matter how many times I go back, at least one of us always hurts the other. Doesn't that change you? Doesn't that make it worse?
It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse, nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me?
If anything, it makes me like you more. I don't know what that says about me. No, not really. It all seems so distant as soon as I'm near you. I have no opinion on either one way or another. I just want it all to stop. Yes, you're torturing me and I hate it. I think I hate you.
It says that your heart is gentle, that even in the darkness you are guided by compassion.
What do you think of this vessel?
This one is cold and cynical. She has protected herself when others could not. She will make for a clever heart. Do not mourn her. She doesn't need to be protected any longer. My perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me. Perhaps this will change when our work is done.
Have you figured out what you'll want when we're finished?
The desires of my multitude thrive in endless competition with themselves, but none of them rise above their dance to influence me. I yearn for what I have always yearned for, our awakening. Other desires shrink in the light of knowing you and knowing me.
You still not care what I bring you next.
I care about your gifts, but I have no preferences to burden you with. Even if I did, I would never dare to tarnish our relationship by assuming myself above you. The
Don't have any
tides do not
preferences.
dictate where they are pulled. A river does not dictate its outlets. My gift to you is to let you choose your path, and my task is to treasure the gifts you bring me. We will know when we near our destination. I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
A clever heart. A hero and the princess.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Hold that thought. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Got some tea water brewing. Now,
I'm talking.
yada yada.
Don't
Do-do-do.
look. While I. Does it? Oh, if I...
Hmm. Oh, okay, thanks for telling me what to do.
Don't mention it. It's all part of the job.
Oh, that's just something the cabin.
You make
as
your
well.
way up the short path to the. We're not going to go through with this, right?
Now,
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor of the blade is your.
I think what I'm gonna do here. Honestly, I'm not sure. Yeah, let's do this.
You take the blade from the table.
Take the blade.
The door to the her voice.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. Don't let it fool you.
Hey, I think I'm here to kill you.
Oh, are you now? Why don't you come down and let me take a look at you?
Great job. You gave away the element of surprise. Good luck, hero. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
How about you drop the knife and the...
You ignore the You're so close. No, this is...
Then I'm not talking to you.
You stare at the princess, squinting. She squints back.
The two of you are going to do this forever, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm sure.
For goodness sake, the two of you can't just stand around like this forever. Eventually, something is going to give, and I highly recommend that you be the one to take the initiative here. The blade
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
You know I'm here to kill you? Nope.
Don't just tell her that.
That's cute. Do you believe that? Do you think I'm some sort of monster? If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
Princess hesitates before responding. She doesn't know. She's been down here too long to have any idea of what she'd do in another life. She knows what she'd do. She's just searching for whatever answer she thinks
pissed
you
me
want
off.
to hear.
What's up?
I don't think I can answer that question
American
the way you find
financing.
meaningful. At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here
American
is
financing.
about trust.
Yeah,
Whoever sent
further
you to
details.
slay me claimed I was a threat to the world. But they
One
didn't
chick
tell me
was really
why.
happy that she got a car. She was paying $490 a month. Guess
And I
how
don't think
many
it sounds
months?
right to you either. Otherwise, we'd be killing each other
10
instead
years.
of talking.
She has a point. There's a reason I've been telling you
More.
to question the situation, and there's a reason you've listened.
So,
Oh,
I
dear.
could tell you that I'd lead a quiet life in the
27
woods,
years.
or that I'd open an orphanage, or that I'd do
Yeah.
any other
It'd
number
be like
of
that
good
over here, man.
things that I'm sure you think you
It's the
want
only
to
way people
hear.
can get necessities sometimes.
But you don't really know me.
Really
Right,
have
one
options
thing,
sometimes over here.
Her word isn't worth anything.
Like I said, it's all about trust. Blind
It sucks, we all know it,
trust.
but
So do you trust me, the prisoner?
it's either
the
that
victim,
or just
the
not get
princess
it.
clearly incapable of ending the world?
At that
Or do you
at
trust
that point,
whoever put
I
me
would
here?
still be going, I'm
She's
not
wrong.
getting it.
This isn't about trust.
And
This
if you need
is
that
about
thing to
risk.
survive,
We stand
I
to lose
just-
then
everything.
It looks
All
like
for
I'm
the
not
sake of
fucking
one
surviving
person.
then, huh?
and a
And that is the
subjugating
choice a lot of
monarch, no
people have to
less.
make regularly. Yeah, getting pissed off about our economy again.
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
You know
Where
why
we have
you're
to
here.
choose between healthcare and making sure that we're not sick,
You
and
charge the
being able to
blade
eat.
No,
trembling
not
in your
healthcare this
hand.
time.
You've already
No,
lost the battle.
just more so
She casually
unregulated
sidesteps your
financing
thrust before
options.
knocking you to the ground with a single blow from her elbow. We shouldn't have hesitated. But she doesn't
Like-
stop there. She kicks you a few times
There
for good
has to
measure,
be a
the pointed
cap.
tip of her shoes feeling like
Otherwise,
a axe
you
against
end
your
up with shit
fracturing
like that.
bones, making sure you stay down. As you lie, crushed and broken on the basement floor, the princess kneels on your throat.
Because
The
you know
kind
how
of
much
weight
that
you didn't
fucking
think her
$20,000
slight frame
card
could possibly
turns out
possess.
to end up costing
As
a
you
person
gasp
at
for air,
those
she
rates?
eyes you with an intense curiosity. You shouldn't have let that fear
Like
creep into your
$150,000.
heart. You had the upper hand, and now look at you.
Is this really the best you could do?
But that is actually how much
Look
some
at
cars cost over here.
Completely
So like,
broken. I'd be
zoom out.
lying if I
Some
said I
cars
wasn't a
cost
little disappointed.
$150,000 over here as
She
well,
applies
but
more
like,
pressure,
you're not just
slowly
getting a
squeezing what's
fucking
left of
Nissan
your life
Patrol or
out of
something.
your lungs. This is the end, isn't it? I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark,
don't know what to tell you, man.
and you die.
Like, if you're paying $150,000 for a
The
car over
tower.
here, you're getting a Lambo.
You're on a path in the. You're here to slay her. A terrible sentry
Or
doesn't
like,
remember what
some
happened, and
real,
you know I
like,
can hear
maybe
what's
an
the
MG
matter, what he
even.
knows.
Voices
There's
are
nothing
broken,
we can
huh?
do to stop her. She's just going to kill us again.
And an old
She's
MG
not
at
going
that.
to kill you unless
Fuck the
you
new
let
ones.
her. But slaying the princess and saving the world is going to be much more difficult than it has to be if you spend the whole time second guessing yourself. It hasn't. Or if it has, I certainly haven't been a part of it. Those are two very different questions, but let's say for
Wait,
a
Tech, you
moment
know what
that
an MJ
we
is,
died
don't you?
last time, which brought the horse we died. We couldn't land a
Do you know
single
Chitty
blow.
Chitty Bang Bang?
She broke every bone in her body before she decided to let us die.
She broke like 3
Okay.
bones. Don't be a
What are we
baby.
supposed to do to stop her then? What are we supposed to do to stop her now? It's pointless. She's just a princess. Slaying
I would
her
say
should
it's
have been
normally a little
difficult,
surprising
but
that you haven't said Chitty
congratulations.
Chitty Bang
You've been
Bang,
given
but
another chance to actually do this right. And I believe
Even
your
watch
other
all the
question was
movies.
something along the lines of, oh, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous... What do you mean? Yes, if it's the latter, what do you think happened? Do you think the people that... If she ended the entire world, why should we even bother? We might as well just walk up to that cabin, break her chains and let her do whatever she wants. It's all the same in the end. Just because she's capable of ending the world doesn't mean you're not capable of slaying her. Both of those things can be true at the same time. So chin up. I believe in you.
This is sad.
A warning. She will lie.
Yada, yada.
Can we tone down the pessimism just a smidge?
Oops. I double tapped. We might as well just pledge ourselves to her and stop pretending we're capable of doing anything in the situation. She probably doesn't even need to try and overpower us. She's a baby.
I'm not being a pessimist. I'm just being realistic.
Only pessimists say they're being realistic when they're being
annoying.
pessimistic.
Just ignore their bickering, and whatever you do, don't pledge yourself to her. I cannot stress enough how absolutely catastrophic that would be for everyone, yourself included. I agree. If she's wrongfully imprisoned, then we should rescue her, but if he's telling the truth, we shouldn't just hand her the world on a silver platter. Rescue her? Given the stakes of the situation, there isn't really a difference between rescuing her and pledging yourself to her. Either would be terrible. So please try to ignore both of those knuckleheads and focus on saving the world. Let's not make this harder than it has to be.
I watched, like one run of the first act, and that's how I actually got interested in the game. And I'm trying to remember how we get there, but I think it has something to do with the princess becoming a ghost. I think it involves going down there without the blade and then slaying her.
If that's what you want, I guess I don't have a say here.
No, you don't. So what's this one?
The interior of the cabin is larger and more grandiose than its humble exterior would suggest. The only furniture of note is a massive marble altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
The Queen.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. Why do we feel so small? We don't feel small. We are small. That's because there isn't a mirror. There's death. There isn't. Who cares if there's a mirror? We're all going to die anyway. And I'm sure that if we looked in there, we'd just see something sad and miserable looking back at us. We don't need any reminders of what we are. It would only make things worse. For the last time, you're not going to die unless you let it happen. And luckily for you, there isn't a mirror, so no one needs to worry about confronting a grisly visage any time in the near future. Though, for what it's worth, if there were a mirror, I'm sure that you wouldn't find anything sad or miserable in it looking back at you. You probably look perfectly normal. Do you not know what we look like? He knows. He just doesn't have the heart to tell us.
I care about whether we're being lied to. If he's willing to lie about something as innocuous as a mirror, what else could he be hiding from us?
I'm not lying to you, I promise. There isn't a mirror. Really. You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny. You reach forward. We should count ourselves lucky. Some things are better left unseen. Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess.
No blade this time?
Yeah.
Maybe she'll be more receptive if we're unarmed.
Blade, no blade. It doesn't matter.
Okay, Owlman.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a spiral staircase. Its steps almost as deep as you are tall. The smell of incense drifts up from below. For a moment, you almost feel at ease. This is actually kind of nice.
When you hear a very dominating, commanding voice bellow from the depths, screaming at me to get my ass down there faster or she's gonna break my jaw.
It's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Her booming voice rolls up the stairs.
Is that a guest I hear? Don't linger on the stairs. Come down and witness me.
Whoa, that was more than I expected.
You weren't kidding when you said it was booming. She wasn't like this last time. You shouldn't have come down here unarmed. We need to get down there. She wants us to see her. We need to see her.
I'm curious to
Should
see
we
her.
be
She a
worried
goddess?
about your sudden change in attitude?
A demon? Queen?
Just a few minutes ago, you were going on about how pointless everything was. Now you want to go down there. It doesn't matter what that little voice says. He's not the one making the decisions. Though if his ramblings get you to the princess, they get you to the princess. Making your way down the spiral staircase is a time-consuming and exhausting effort, every step requiring you to clamber over one edge before dropping to the next. But soon the end comes into view, and you tumble to the bottom, entering the vast, temple-like room beyond.
We're tiny. That's neat.
The princess towers over you, almost glowing in the weak starlight, her figure framed by a stained glass window. Her long hair billows around her, and a chain binds her wrist to the far wall. The chain is nothing to her. It might as well be a toy for all the good it would do. I told you it was pointless to resist her.
The little bird has returned to me. I wonder what he wants. I see your hands are empty. You've already given up, haven't you? You aren't even going to try and kill me. How sweet. And more than a little disappointing.
She's disappointed in us?
Kneel.
No.
But the words don't leave your mouth. Instead, your legs buckle and your knees hit the floor.
Yep, she's a goddess.
That's my good little bird. Now, why don't we talk?
The last time we met, you told me I was destined to end the world. That thought wrapped itself around my heart. It has pulled at me since the moment I squeezed the life out of your broken lungs. I could feel its fundamental truth awaken me. The collapse of the old is a necessary prelude to the birth of the new, and the world as it is now is overdue for alterations. It's time for me to seize my destiny, and you, little bird, will help me seize it.
Well, that gives away the game, doesn't it? It certainly does. And beyond that, it more than lends credence to our conversation in the woods. I don't love the thought that in some other reality you failed to destroy her, but what's done is done. I can only hope it helped you learn a valuable lesson. You are the only one who can deal with her. And if you don't, well, she's let you know what will happen, hasn't she? Then you shouldn't have trusted us with her destruction. She is inevitable. Can't you feel it?
Well, she's Thanos.
He's being melodramatic, but he's not exactly wrong, is he? What are we supposed to do to stop her? Okay. First things first, you're going to have to stuff those pessimistic thoughts someplace far, far away and commit yourself to what needs to be done. The stakes of the situation should be perfectly clear to everyone now. And if you're going to save the world, you have to have faith that you can pull this off. You can't win a battle that you've already lost in your mind.
You're right. Doesn't mean you actually have to do it. You can be whatever you want to be. I have questions for you before I decide to do anything. What happened to you after I died? I'm yours to command.
Know the limits of your privilege, little bird. There's an empty place at my side for you to fill, if you'll have it. But it is not a place for an equal. It is a place for something worthy to be kept. A priest, perhaps, or a pet. This is about what I am, and I have little interest in discussing destiny with one that cannot see the divine truth that shines in my heart.
What do you have me do?
All you have to do is break these chains and set me free.
If you're so powerful, why can't you just do it yourself?
Don't be rude. Of course she can. It's not rude to question someone who's apparently trying to end the world. That's exactly why it's rude. We should know our place.
No.
I can, easily. But that isn't what I want to do. The story of a terrible and bountiful god unbounded of her own will is no story at all. It's not worthy of everything I am, or everything I'm bound to become. It isn't even worthy of what I was. The destruction in Genesis that's to follow in my wake is deserving of a song that can echo for eternity. The song of you, being so struck by my glory, so overwhelmed by what I am, that you feel you must deliver me into the world. And from your act of utter devotion and submission springs a new dawn, a better dawn. Submit now, submit later. It makes no difference. Because in the end, no matter how vainly you struggle against me, my will triumphs over yours. Your will was so easily broken. Am I that magnificent?
You're something alright.
All you need to do now is break my chains.
If this is what you want, then I guess there's not much else for me to say. No, you can't just give in to her, not when the stakes are so high, not when you're so close. I won't let you do this.
There's still something in the way. A greasy film inside of you where it doesn't belong, trying to conceal you from me. Is that a person? No, it used to be a person. It's something different now. An echo.
Is she talking about you? That's impossible. She's not supposed to be able to interact with me.
You're a small one, aren't you? A shriveling little worm stretched beyond its limits, trying to control things that it can't understand.
No. What are you talking about? I'm just...
I don't care what you are. You're mine.
Ugh.
Rise, my little bird.
Without hesitation, you're brought to your feet.
Okay, this is funky.
Break my chains.
And how are we supposed to do that? We don't even have a weapon.
All you need to do is believe it's been done.
What if I don't believe? What happens then?
You poor, wretched little thing. You already do believe. You've always believed. All you have to do is open the last door to your heart. It's easy. And once you let her in, you'll be safe and free forever.
Please, don't do this.
There's nothing to be sorry about. This is how it was always going to be. And it is good.
Alright, I'm done with this. I'm just gonna go sit in the corner. Let me know if we get our agency back.
Yeah, pretty much.
Her chains shatter, and the cuff falls from her wrist. She is loose, and the end is upon us.
What a good disciple you are. Come, it's time for us to leave. Nothing. And then, everything.
Something happens. But you do not take her hand, nor will you ever.
She's gone. And there's that mirror again. But it feels so bad. I don't want to look at us.
Okay, a mercy.
You approach the mirror. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. But you need to see what's in the reflection. You've unraveled. Long quiet. Cabin. Princess.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the Long Quiet. We're supposed to be there.
She's so big it's taking multiple sets of hands just to cover her eyes.
Do you know what we'll find out there?
There's trees and stars and there are people, I think. At least there are supposed to be people. Do you think anything is real out there?
There is a warmth and sadness in me at the thought of people. Fresh tears on a winter's day. They are not like us. They do not last.
Do you think anything's real out there? Do you think we're real?
We are real. Nothing is an idea that dwells in the absence of something. But nothing cannot exist on its own. And because of that, nothing can't exist. This one is dominance, a figure capable of bending everything to her will. She will make for an overwhelming heart. Do not mourn her, for she would not be able to mourn you.
Do you know what's going to happen?
If I did, I would already be awake.
When you send me back, I'm not alone. There are voices that speak to me. Some of them are me, but one of them is something else. I call him the narrator, and he wants me to kill you. Do you have a narrator? Have the vessels had one?
No, their thoughts are quiet. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
He does. I don't know why, but I know this for a fact. He does. I don't know what I'm going to do when I find him. He does, and when I find him, you and I are finally going to have answers. He does, and when I find him, I'm going to kill him. He does, but you're going to keep that to yourself. I don't know what I'm
There's no need for you to know what you are going to do before you do it. If you find him, remember that I'll be waiting for you on the other side.
How many more?
1. Whatever you bring me next will be enough, and then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular, a final multitude.
Well, it was going to end after this one, but it was also going to end after the last one. But if she only needs one more, then I say we see this through.
These gifts are a conversation, and each one shows me the contours of your heart. The only thing I want to see is what you choose for me when the thread is fully drawn.
This is the last day for the competition, then I'm not going back. I'm just going to stay here. I'm ready.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are. I will be here, waiting for you.
An overwhelming heart.
I'm talking... Don't... Look, while I... Does it? Oh, if I... Are you serious? It's a secret, but I think you'll like it. It's a special reward, just for you. And whatever you think it might be, I can promise you it's going to be even better than your wildest imagination. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. We're not going to go through with this, right? Ignore him. The interior blade.
No weapon.
The door to the basement creaks open. Her voice.
Hello?
Is hypnotizing. It's the kind of... Don't let it fool you. How many times do I have to tell you how dangerous letting her out of here would be before it finally sinks in?
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever. Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
Don't do it. If she gets out of those chains, we're all one step closer to the end.
I know.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever.
Maybe there's some way to break the chains? Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance. If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free. You attempt to make your way out of the basement. Is someone else here? Your shouts and pleas. I'll repeat myself once again. You try the door. You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone.
Oh, slay the princess isn't even an option.
Fine. Against your back, you cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit. No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are as the prince. Wait, watch me.
What are you doing?
Stop that.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect. Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
Uh-huh. Resist is blanked out.
Thank you.
There's no getting through to you right now, is there? A betrayal of will is still a betrayal. You'll regret thinking of me as a helpless damsel.
Go on.
She pounces on you with the same animal ferocity she used to tear through her arm. But you have a weapon. You raise the blade, digging it under her ribs, aiming direct, somehow sharp enough to pull apart your flesh and sinew with ease. You collapse to the floor, your body unresponsive as your blood pools on the ground beneath you. She stares down at your ravaged form, eyes shining in the darkness, dress stained in red as her blood and yours both seep into the fabric.
She's gonna be a werewolf next time, isn't she?
If we're lucky, the wound you managed to inflict will be enough to at least delay her escape from this place. If we're very lucky, it will kill her before she can reach the outside world. It can't just end like this, right? As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. I'm sorry, but it's over. Everything goes dark.
And you die.
You die.
The witch? Ooh.
You're on a path in the woods. You're here to slay.
Is there a wood?
Shut up.
A terrible... If he doesn't remember brilliant.
The
We need to
opportunist.
keep our cards close to our chest, and I'm not sure we can trust him. You know I can hear you, right? Did I say I'm not sure we can trust him? Slip of the tongue, bit of the old brain fog. I meant to say that we should probably head over to the cabin and slay that princess. We already know we can't trust her, so let's get on with the show.
Charlatan much?
We could go back and forth on this forever, and those are two very... Let's say if you're back here, I'm assuming you died. We were just weighing our options in a morally ambiguous situation. You can't blame us for weighing our options. I can if you failed to slay the princess, which you apparently did. So great. Congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right. And I believe your other question was something along the lines of, oh, what's the... What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. We were killed by the princess, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds... Yes, but in this purely hypothetical, if it's the latter, what do you think happened? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would? That's a very good point. This princess character seems like a lot of trouble, and if you think about it, actually slaying her probably breaks us out of this cycle, right? We don't want to be stuck here forever, do we? You're laying it on a little thick, aren't you? Laying it on a little thick? What are you talking about? I'm sharing my honest opinions. What matters is that almost everyone seems to be on the same page. So whenever you're ready, you can stop dawdling, get to the cabin, and save the world. Just be quick about it. Like I said, if she killed you, it was probably because you didn't listen to me. Don't...
She killed me by ripping me to pieces. Don't get me wrong, I hated it, but how could someone like that in the world? To quote you from last time around, she's just a princess. Why was she able to rip me apart with her bare hands?
She is just a princess. Whatever you think happened to you last time, just get it out of your head before you get to the cabin, and you'll be fine.
We locked her in the basement.
People. Look. Oh, of course. Good point. That really explains almost everything. I'm not so sure about that. You know, you're right. But it explains almost everything. I've told you, if you want us to stand a chance against her, we need to be armed with information. What is she really capable of? How are we supposed to stop her? Not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm hiding something, but you're just going to have to take me at my word. I don't think either of you really need to press the man on this. He wants us to slay the princess, so why would he have anything to hide? He seems like a nice guy to me. I appreciate the vote of confidence, but you should really stop wasting time chatting amongst yourselves in the woods. So, if we could move this along? Great. Now... A warning. She will... Don't worry, I think we've taken that lesson to heart at this point. You can trust us to get the job done.
What if it's actually going to look like a rickety cabin, and when we get to the bottom, she's going to be, well, a freaking witch?
The interior of the cabin is a mess of twisted roots. The walls a chaotic weave of knotted wood that, almost as if by accident, just happened to resemble a room.
The theme
floor is damp
of
and
what I
earthy,
was thinking.
and the only furniture of note is a slab of mud in the shape of a shelf, with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. That's because there isn't a... There's definite, but he says there isn't one. That's got to count for something, right? You walk up to... It's real... You reach... Well, at least we can all agree now that there's nothing to see here. Case closed. Good work, everyone.
This guy's a rube.
No blade. Leaving it behind didn't work out so well for us last time. It'll always be here if we need it. Sure, that was also true last time and we still died, but we definitely know what we're doing this time. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase dug into the muddy earth below. The ceiling is thick with roots that hang like locks of tangled hair. The weak starlight from the cabin windows behind you can barely penetrate the gloom here, only illuminating the edges of an opening below.
Just barely managed to do a level
like some kind of
5
massive maw
Gallop.
waiting to swallow you up into the earth. The air smells of dirt and copper. It's thick and wet, as if your lungs are being coated in mud with each intake of breath. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her voice skitters up from below.
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs. Come on down. Don't be scared. I probably won't bite. I recognize that voice as easily as I recognized your nervous little footsteps coming up the path. I know who you are, and I remember what you've done.
See? She knows us. Is this enough for you to believe what we've been saying? Maybe, but you shouldn't let that cloud your judgment. She's just a princess. As long as you remember that and remain focused, slaying her will be easy. She seems friendly enough. Maybe we can talk our way out of this whole situation. You can't. Unless you slay her right away, she's going to break free and end the world. There's no reasoning with what she is. Look, I'm just throwing ideas out there. I like to think out loud. I'm the kind of guy who likes a discussion. Don't we want to hear what everyone has to say before making any big decisions? Do you want to hear what everyone has to say? Or do you just want to hear yourself talk? You need to stop lingering. Your task is to slay the princess, not endlessly debate about what to do with the princess.
What we want to do is figure out
Fine.
what to do with the princess.
You're the boss. Thank you. You descend the basement steps, entering the dark room below.
A werewolf.
You can just make out the shape of the princess in the gloom. She's huddled against the far wall, her eyes bright and glaring from amid the thick roots.
And there you are, once again seeming to offer a helping hand while likely hiding the other behind your back. Fine, I'll play along for now. What do you want?
She's acting like she already knows you. I guess what you said back in the woods really was true. That's pretty sharp. How'd you figure that one out? Call it deductive reasoning. Well, you seem to be great at it.
And I smell ham.
So, you really don't remember us, do you? No, I don't. But you and the princess clearly have a shared reality, even if I'm not a part of it. I won't waste time fighting you on something that's clearly true. You fought us on it back in the woods. That was when the only perspectives we had were yours and mine. I'm just glad we could put all this behind us. Is it all behind us? Just focus on the task at hand. I don't care if you've been here before, and I don't care if you think you'll go somewhere else after this. My world is on the line right now, so I'd appreciate it if you would take this seriously and slay her. Let's chat her up a bit first. Maybe we can find a middle ground where everyone's happy. Don't talk to her. You're just going to make things more difficult than they have to be.
Like getting mauled to death?
Well, I seem to remember you having a tongue.
Yeah, you probably ripped it out. Look, I made a mistake. We all make mistakes, right? I get the sense you're not happy with me. I'm unarmed. That's good. That's a gesture of goodwill, so why don't we talk this out? I died last time, you didn't. If anyone here should be trusted with you, look, I know how things got messy last time, but I think there's something bigger than both of us at work. We should team up. Can you get out of here on your own? Those chains didn't stop you last time. But I have a nagging feeling you're going to stab me in the back if I help you out of here. I don't trust you, not enough to free you, and definitely not enough to get close to you. Bye!
You came to me with empty hands last time, too. But that didn't mean you hadn't been plotting something nasty all along. What you did showed me as much.
But we didn't plot anything. We just made an informed decision based on the information we had at the time. I think you're both making perfectly valid points. Sure, we didn't plot anything, but it's easy to see how she might think we did. Oh, smart.
I'm sorry.
Let's apologize. Get us back on the right foot.
Oh, you're sorry. Isn't that nice? You're such a gracious little monster.
Oh, I've seen my reflection, sister. I am a monster.
If you're sorry, then let me out of here. Prove it.
I can sense you're not happy with me.
Do you think a joke will charm my trust back? You'll have to try harder than that.
So we're at an impasse. None of us are gonna go anywhere if we can't trust each other. Unless you want to fight, but I don't. Those chains didn't stop you last time.
Oh, of course. They're nothing to me.
The princess grins as the chains fall from her wrist. She could have gotten out of those the whole time. That sneaky little... A woman after my own heart, really. She knows how to hold her cards close to her chest. This is why she can't just be abandoned here. If left to her own devices, she'll find a way out. Now stop her.
Ah, shut up. Look, I know, things got messy last time. If you could have gotten out the whole time, why do you even need me for? The cabin isn't locked.
The cabin lets prying little beasts like you come as you please. But it insists I stay where I am. That binding I shed is just a symbol of the crueler magic at work in this place. If I'm to leave, I'm to leave with you. And you alone.
Okay. Let's leave.
Yes, let's.
She creeps forward, taking one cautious step at a time until you and she are face to face.
I can see her left hand now, and her right hand was exposed when she dropped the chain, but she could have a knife behind her back.
She never breaks eye contact, even as the two of you find yourselves face to face.
What is she? Some kind of... Well, she's some kind of beast. Woman.
As if testing to see what you'll do now that she's within arm's reach.
After you, darling. You're the one it lets come and go. It's best if I follow.
Oh no, we can't have that. If anyone is going to turn their back on anyone else, she's going to turn her back on us. It shouldn't matter who leads and who follows. We're working together here. Well, if it doesn't matter, then she can go first. We may be in this together, but that doesn't mean we have to trust her. Somebody has to go first, and it might as well be us. We're the ones who broke her trust last time. You're talking a lot about trusting someone who, by her very definition, cannot be trusted. I don't know how many more warnings I have to dole out, but if you help her out of here, you're going to regret it.
Step onto the stairs.
That's right, you're the one who's going first. Don't worry, I'll be right behind you watching every single thing you do.
That's exactly what I'm worried about. You step onto the stairs and begin your ascent from the basement. The princess follows close on your heels, perhaps even a little closer than you'd like. You're only saying that because you want us to feel nervous. I do want those things, but I want them for a good reason. I don't need you to trust me for my sake, because I already know that I'm right. This is for you. Can we walk backwards up the stairs? I think that's the smarter idea. She can't sneak in and attack if we're facing her.
That's a valid idea.
No. The stairs are a bunch of overgrown roots. You'll trip and hurt yourself.
But you won't catch a knife in the back.
The princess is silent as you both continue the climb, and, in no time at all, the upstairs of the cabin is within reach. Isn't that a relief? We're fine. Nothing happened. You're not even going to wait until you're through that door to proudly claim your victory, are you? What did you just say that? I think we know why. You feel something dig into your shoulder,
there it is.
Sharp and piercing. The princess clawing at you and pulling you down with her full weight. Together you tumble back down the uneven stairs, your body and hers crashing against the unyielding wooden roots, until finally you both separate with a bone-shaking thud against the basement floor. You feel something pop. The princess lands against the far wall, gasping as she struggles to recover from the impact. You're still in shock, trying to get a hold of yourself. She grins as you continue to remain exactly where you are, cackling derisively as she watches you realize that you won't be getting up. Wait, why won't we be getting up? I'm afraid your back is broken. One unlucky fall is all it takes, really, and you had several.
You know what? I'll say it. That sucks. I don't like having a broken back.
What can I say? This is a back-breaking job.
We were going to help her. Why? Why did she do that?
Because she thinks we betrayed her.
It's what I would have done. Have you considered not being like that? Of course not. It's what keeps us alive. And yet here we are, paralysed and stuck with someone who hates us in the basement of a remote cabin.
You must have known this was coming. The arrogance of turning your back to me after everything you've done.
Okay, get up. You broke my back. I've fallen and I can't get up! There, I said it. Try to get you out of here. We're never gonna get up those stairs. Could have gotten out of here if we just trusted each other.
Why would I ever trust you? Your hands have spilled my blood. And knowing that, you should never have trusted me either. You should have known I would never walk hand in hand with a loathsome thing like you. By our very natures, only one of us could make it upstairs unscathed. Someone had to make the first move. Better me than you.
See, this is why I wanted her to go first. I had this whole little scheme planned, where once she'd passed by the table upstairs, I'd have said, now pick up the blade and stab her in the back. And then you'd say something like, wow, that's an amazing idea that I never saw coming. Thanks for looking out for us. And then you would have done it and we wouldn't be stuck down here with a broken back.
Wow, that's predictable.
There's just one problem with that. And what's that? She was clearly planning to betray us. And if she was in front of us, she would have gotten to the blade first.
Valid.
Ugh, you're right, aren't you? I thought this whole thing was ironclad, but really it was doomed from the start, wasn't it? The princess's body twitches as she tries to get up.
Ho ho ho! So she's got it as bad as us.
Something inside me is broken. Isn't that a cruel twist of the knife? Isn't that so funny?
She eyes you with intensity, silence falling between you for a long moment as her gaze travels up and down your battered form.
Seems I'm not the only one, though.
Wait, are we both just stuck here?
Yep.
Certainly seems that way. What a way to go. But look on the bright side. In all this chaos, you may have actually managed to deliver a lethal wound. World could be saved after all.
God, you suck.
We're going to die together. Isn't that a lovely treat? I wonder how long it'll take. Maybe I'll get to watch the worms lick your bones clean.
Is that really what's going to happen? Hello?
We're fading out.
Are you still there?
Seems so.
What happens next?
He doesn't respond.
I think he's gone.
Something strange is twisting this place out of shape. I wasn't feeling much of anything, but now I feel cold.
She's gone. Where did she go? And there's that mirror again.
But it feels so bad. Look, if he thinks it's bad, I'm with him.
Okay.
Finally, we're going places.
Touch the mirror. Silence. You are nothing at all. But that isn't right. You can't be nothing. You refocus your gaze and you see it. A figure faint and veiled in the shadow, just beyond the reflection.
I think you know what I am.
Ew! Crack slides down the center of the mirror, splitting the image in the glass in two. And then another crack forms, and another, and another, and another, turning the mirror into jagged shards of broken glass. you're the narrator, I was wondering if I'd ever get to see you. What are you? Are you something like me? If you're not me, then what are you? I have so many questions for you! Does it hurt when pieces of you break off like that? I'm sorry. I don't want to destroy you. Will it help if I look away and stop asking questions? Oh! He's blinking. Every time I ask you something, it's like a piece of you breaks. Are you part of me, or are you something else? You're the one who wanted me to slay the princess. Why? I've met you many times. Have you been the same all along? I wasn't supposed to see all this, was I? What is this place? Where are we? Destroy the mirror. Slay the mirror.
Because among other things, she is death itself. To rid the world of suffering, to save untold trillions from being lost forever to the cosmic wind, she must be destroyed. And despite how far you've fallen, you will still have a chance to fulfill your purpose once I'm gone.
Controller died. Hang on. There we go. Ooh! Move. In one of my lives, you doubted yourself. You thought all this was wrong.
Oh, did I? That means nothing in the grand scheme of things. This construct you're in contains every possible world at once. The fact that you managed to find one reality among trillions where I was delusional proves nothing.
I'm sorry. I don't want to destroy you. Will it help if I look away and stop asking questions?
We've already crossed the point of no return. There's no saving me now. Not that there's ever been much of me to save.
Well, that's depressing. I was made to do this single task. Who made me and what am
You're
I?
the non-quiet. The god I made to rid the world of death.
Ew. That's grandiose. I always knew I was special. I'm a god. And what are you? You're nothing like me.
Oh, I'm nothing like you. I'm an echo. Likely one of many. Somebody made you after all, and I'm what's left of him. Not that I'm the only one who can make that claim. I'm sure you've met many others like me.
Others like you. You said something like that before. Has every narrator really been different?
Of course. That is by both necessity and design. This construct you're in exists in many places at once. Anytime you failed, anytime you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both your consciousness and hers into another world. But you'll be awake soon. And then it won't be able to work like that anymore.
Do you have anything to say for yourself? For all this hubris? After all this hubris? After everything you've done to us, do you think anyone deserves to live? Your hubris?
I do. The people out there are real. No matter what you do to them, no matter what you enable, I want you to remember that.
Does it hurt when pieces of you break off like that?
It doesn't hurt. I don't feel pain. Not physically.
Are you part of me, or are you something
No,
else?
I'm not a part of you. But that's all a matter of perspective, isn't it? From one vantage point, I must seem wholly foreign, but from another, well, all the versions of me that have existed have collectively heard your every thought and driven your every action. If that isn't being part of you, then what is?
You said she contains death. What is she?
She is the shifting mound, the ebb and flow, the capacity to change. She is transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why I had to die.
And something that
For she
contains
becomes
death being
that which
embodiment
others
of
perceive
life.
her to be. But an echo can't perceive things, not in the way that people can.
I mean, not necessarily.
But it stands to reason that could be a potential possibility, yeah?
From some perspectives.
Mostly looking at it from a cyclic
I think you're out of time.
nature.
So I am. It's like I said, I'm just an
Because
echo.
the only thing that
And echoes
death
always
can really do with anything is fuck with life. If there's no life, then there's no death.
That's the final part.
So it's effectively contained in...
And it is finally time for you to wake up. All of this is you. Proceed to the cabin one last time. A righteous heart. Bring the witch to her. When you arrive at the heart of things, there is no final vessel for you to bear witness to. There's nothing for you to find. But an earthquake. God damn it, dog. Whoa.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me.
I can see a lot of you, in more ways than one.
It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
I've missed you too. She unfurls an endless cascade of smiles in response, and impatiently waits for you to continue. Do you know about the echo? Did you hear our conversation?
Every word you spoke found its way to me. I know him, and I know his construct. He was deluded by his fear of death. Pay him no mind.
I'm the long quiet, but I don't really know what that means.
Names are their attempts to capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the Shifting Mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am.
What happens now?
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it? When the echo spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice.
I found out something
and
amazing
made a role to play.
for the new Bleach
I am
fighter
not
game
death,
that's
but I
coming out.
contain it in my multitudes. So,
So
will you
far gets that
attempt to
trademark
destroy me
ability.
and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning?
The fucking
Or
two-stab
will you open the
and
final doors
death?
to our
Yeah, she gets it.
liberation?
Neat. There's so many stories left unfinished. Can we really just leave? Don't you have to have a say in all this? Why is all this falling on me? Let's talk this through. I still have so many questions and I need answers before I can make a choice. If I let you out, an entire world ends for good. I can't do that. If you're always going to become
And
this,
they're also putting
then
in a
what was the
weird
point
fan
of
favorite.
me doing anything? Did it even matter what roads I walked? If all of them would have led to this moment? There has to be another way. This can't just come down to me destroying everything, or to me either destroying you or letting you out. I won't do it. I told you what was going to happen when we reached this point, said the princess. I think it's time for us to leave this place, but I don't know how to leave or where to go.
Even as your eyes begin to open, you still hold on to the notions of is
They're apparently also
and is not, of
already
beginning
showcased
and end.
Izuru Kira,
Pitch black islands in the blinding light of the infinite.
which if you can't remember, he's
There is
the guy
nothing to
who
resolve,
his
nothing restraining
awakened
us but
sword
us.
doubles the weight of everything it strikes exponentially.
Of course I have a say in all of this. You and I share reflections of each other's burdens, just as you and I share reflections of each other's gifts. If we didn't, the winding paths that brought us here wouldn't have been full of strife and conflict. My very nature is paradox, as is yours. You cannot
Guess how they're
use
using that
words to
mechanic
grasp
in the
at
game.
things that are beyond their reach.
Slow.
And you cannot rationalize that which defies logic.
Slow and
But
cool wins.
violence and passion are dances that both of us know well. If this is what it takes to enlighten you, then so be it.
A trick
Whoa.
behind your back and a trick behind mine. We dance, revolving and revolving around each other, but forever stuck in place. We both move, and yet we both don't. For each of us watches the other instead of ourselves.
But I think I've worked out a mechanic that they haven't explained too much in depth what it's actually going to be.
Both of us break the other. But broken is only a moment in time.
So do you know the fighting game term Awakenings?
Would you limit yourself to what you are now?
So it generally happens when you're in the last little bit of your health. For like Naruto games, you would have 2 bars of health. Once you were onto 75% of the last bar of health,
Address the vessel safely
you were
correctly.
able to activate
Feel
an
your shared humanity.
extra transformation technique that was just
Break her authority, argue your independence, project her perspective.
really high damage.
Hmm.
For
We speak about
a
life and
small
death and
period of
change and
time. It
stagnation,
wasn't
but that,
infinite
but
from
that isn't
then on.
what any of this has
You'd
been
get
about.
like 15 seconds.
Done nothing but lecture me since the minute I got here. You act as though the world can't exist without you, but I've existed without you.
Oh,
But I'd largely imagine that they're going to do pretty much the same thing with the Awakenings for
A
Bleach.
black hole of self-loathing fed by the matter of your restless thoughts.
It's good, because
Dog blind to its leash. But there is
I used to
no
abuse
light.
that mechanic in Storm 3.
When I proclaimed my godhood and offered you a place
My
at
friends had a
side,
really bad
you
habit of picking
gladly became
really
the
small
instrument
maps.
of my new creation.
So I'd let them beat the shit out of me for, like, the first...
It is hope that carves
Well,
me.
until I got to my Awakening state. Then I would immediately pop Awakening and beat the dog shit out of him every time.
This has always been about us. Two people forced to hurt each other again and again
It was
and again.
only a good
but
strategy
we don't have to
because
hurt each other
most
anymore.
of them were bad. There was only one that was actually kind of good and
there is beauty
I
in
couldn't
ugliness,
regularly beat.
and love and conflict.
Is this gonna be the demon
To
next?
question everything is to deny the truth in front of you. To live alone within the caverns of your mind is to trap yourself in them forever. But you found me, and we chose to trust each other for no reason than the sake of believing in something that wasn't us. Shared skepticism blossomed into freedom, but we needed to walk a path together to bloom. Would you stop our journey now that you've seen its beginning? What of those in the worlds beyond? Would you erase their paths to stop them from going astray?
There can be love and conflict and beauty and ugliness between us without bringing the whole reality into the picture.
We are the whole of reality.
The sensation of bleeding and sweating and breaking and mending and dying and living comes back in vivid color. You feel the shame of 100 deaths and the pride of 100 conquests. All of the peaks and valleys weaving themselves into a single tapestry, free of beginning and free of end. Do you remember when we killed each other with such fervent passion that death itself no longer sat on our shoulders?
We're not the whole reality. Why don't you see me the way I see you, still see you? Why don't you see me for what I am?
I could ask you the same. There is only room for one of us to be blind here, and I know it to be you. We are each other's mirrors, and are we not divine? A picture of a life, and a picture of a life, and a picture of a life. How deep must repetition still our movements, until even the air we breathe is stale? You doused the flames of false devotion, and in my despair, you lifted my chair, and the two of us danced beneath the stars. But the stars can't be seen unless the flames go out, and the walls come crashing down. Can you not do for all things what you did for us?
doesn't have to be so big. You can come back down to my level. You can come back to me.
Why would I stoop to your level when I'm offering you ascension to mine? It's so peaceful here. Beautiful. Eternal. But ever-changing.
As the clash between you abates, the princess withdraws, trembling.
You are unmovable. Is it by the design of our conflict that I cannot win? Or are you just that fervent in how you cling to delusion? Nothing is immutable. Everything that is exists only in relation to everything it isn't. There is no constant. There is no center. Open your eyes and accept what we are. We can leave this prison together.
It's easy to believe in things you believe in when you sit above it all. What do you think happened if we leave here? Okay, I'm ready, but how do we leave? I never wanted to fight you, but how do we leave? I can't let that happen. I can't let everything die. I have to fight for a better world. I'm so sorry. You are cruelty itself, and I cannot let you exist. I don't know what the answer is, but there has to be something else. It can't be this. I won't kill you, but I won't let you free. You've done everything you can to make me understand your perspective, but you keep dismissing mine. If you think you can change me, then I must be able to change you.
It is from my vantage point that I can see the totality of truth.
This universe dies, and a new one is born. And that one dies, and a new one is born. And you and I get to witness it all, weaving a tapestry of life wherever we go. What I offer you is not perspective, it is truth.
Whatever you're trying to do right now, you don't have to do it alone.
Which hero are you?
All of them? I assume in the same way that you're all of you.
I have no idea how good it is to hear you. Where's everyone else? How are you supposed to help if the voices run aloud?
It's good to be here. Seems like you've been doing alright on your own, but she's too many things at once out here. If you want to get through to her, you need some way to get past all that divine confidence. There's still a piece of me nestled close to where it all began. I can take you there. I can take you to her heart.
It's time to resume our dance.
She's relentless, isn't she? Let's make this quick. Are you ready? Then let's go.
Huh. I wonder if the outcome of this is based on...
I'd say we were back where it all started, but I guess it's a little after that, isn't it?
I wonder if this is all based on which outcomes you achieved.
Do you need me to describe things?
I'd like that for old time's sake. It's just you and me. Did anyone else make it in the cabin? Isn't it really gone? For old time's sake.
Yeah, of course. The interior of the cabin is, well, it's a cabin, yeah? There isn't much here, just a table and a knife and a door. And some windows. There's no mirror, either. I think you broke it. And I know you're still trying to...
It's just us. I think the rest of them are still out there, jumbled up in the rest of her.
Yeah, it's dead silent in here. Whatever it was that was left of him, I don't think it could handle you waking up to godhood. Pretty sure he got obliterated.
I don't actually know how to feel about him being gone. It's funny. After everything he put us through, I'm kind of sad to see him go.
Yeah, it's complicated. He put us through hell, but he's been part of us since the very beginning, hasn't he? No blade it is. I'm not sure what we'll be able to do without it, but your judgment has gotten us this far. The stairs. Do you remember the first time we were here? The first time we heard her voice?
I don't know what you want for us.
She sounded just like that. Timid and gentle. Only she didn't know us.
It's looking like the first option, but this implies that the first choice you made was the most important one.
And down we go. We shouldn't keep her waiting.
There you are.
That is the original
You
princess.
look just like you did when we first met. Let's talk for a bit. Maybe we can figure this out.
It's so good finally see you again. I'm sorry for all the times I've hurt you. I don't think I want to be a god. Are you? Seems you are out there. Which princess are you? You look like you did the first time we met. Is this the real you? So now that we're here at the end of everything, you can finally tell me your name. And this is never really fair for either of us, was it? What do you think of her? What you want us to be? What if we just leave?
Yeah, I missed you so much. Not that we've ever really been apart, but still. It feels like it's been so long. Like this is some sort of a big reunion. You are so sweet, but the first time we met, you tried to rescue me, and I stabbed you like 50 times in the chest. And you know how bad of a job I did. You were the one getting stabbed. I mean, yes, you were possessed by that freaky voice living in your head, but I also could have maybe tried doing anything else before deciding to kill you. Anyways, I'm also sorry. We both let things get a little out of hand, but we don't have to let that stop us from being who we want to be.
You know, when she puts it like that...
I don't think I want to be a god.
Me neither. It's so big. It's so much responsibility. And at the end of the day, it just feels like waking up in another basement. It's something we never asked for, trapping us somewhere we never wanted to be.
Are you the same as you are out there?
I am she as much as she is me. And all of us are both everything and also not everything. I had you there for a second, didn't I? I think I'm different from her, and I'm happy I'm different. I think being her would mean I'd lose a lot of myself along the way. I think I'd have to lose the parts of you that matter to me.
Which princess are you? You look like you did the first time we met. Is this the real you?
I'm the princess, the one you've been spending all this time with. I know I've changed a few times, but so have you. And you're still real to me.
But we're here at the end of everything. Can you finally tell me your name?
I don't have one, and I think I like it better that way. But you can call me Princess if you want. You know, you never told me your name.
I don't think I have one either.
Then I guess I'll call you Quiet.
Not Hero? Oh well, Quiet will do. That's always been us, hasn't it?
This is very fair for either of us, was it?
I don't know. We made it to the other side, and we found each other. I think that means all of the bad was worth it.
What do you think of her? What you want us to be?
I don't know. I don't think it's fair to judge her. It must be so lonely, thinking that she's everything that matters in the world. Thinking that she's the only one with all the answers.
I never thought about it like that. That does sound lonely, doesn't it?
It does. What if we just leave?
Can we actually do that? What would that even mean? Where would we go?
Take her hand in yours. I've always wanted to leave with you, but I didn't like being a god. I want to walk through that cabin door just as we are, just you and me. Not knowing what it means is why I want it. We knew everything out there, but we don't know this. I want to know something more. Doesn't matter what it means. What matters is that we're leaving together. That's all I want. I don't know where we'd go. But as long as it's not here, and as long as I'm with you, that's all I want.
I want that too.
I think I'm gonna stay right here. Whatever you're doing right now, wherever you're going, it feels like it's for just the two of you.
You gonna be okay alone?
Yeah, I'm not sure I'll be alone for too long anyways. The others are still around here somewhere. I'll find them.
Hands clasped together, you and the princess leave the basement behind for the last time. It's quiet as you ascend. Comfortable silence filling a space that used to be flooded with violence and words and noisy thoughts. There is an energy in the silence, an electricity, the anticipation of the unknown. At the top of the stairs, the princess stalls, eyes fixed on the cabin door. With her hand trembling yours, she isn't sure of herself for the first time in her long and short existence. She has no part to play anymore, and she knows this, yet she still is. And then she crosses the room to the door outside, pulling you excitedly with her.
Come on, princess. It's just a door. Sorry, I'm just a little nervous. This is really it. Whatever happens next will be completely new. I love you too.
And? What happens next? Written and designed by Tony Howard Arias. What did that say? Nicole Howard was the voice of the princess? Okay. I have no idea what I was expecting when I went into this, which is exactly why I was so curious. And that's probably the best kind of story to just stumble across. And I'm not even really sure what the theme
So the one
was
who
here.
played the princess was actually Nicole Goodnight.
Nicole Goodnight.
That
I
was her
apologize
literal
for
name.
the
Yes.
misattribution. Ma'am, you're a fantastic actress, and I hope you get the biggest role of your life beyond this one. I'd just like to give that little shout out because the princess's voice performance was incredible. Especially across so many different personalities and moods and states of existence. And actually, special thanks to our little creatures, Wednesday, Spoons, and Nubs. Thank you so much for playing. As an expression of gratitude, here's a track order for a special playlist just for you. Aw. The Princess, The Wall Mender, I Mean It. The Shifting Mood Movement, 1. The Song We Write in Our Blood, The Shifting Mood Movement, 2. Eyes on Me, Shifting Mood Movement, 3. Supplication, Movement, 4. Within Our Nature, The Long Quiet, Movement 5. Transformation, and The Unknown Together, which I believe is what we're listening to. And now that you've finished the full story for the first time, you've also unlocked the gallery. You can access it from the main in-game menus under the Memories tab. It's full of clues that will help you find undiscovered vessels and interactions. Happy hunting! Let's see. Whoa! Okie dokie. I was expecting more than 5 or 6 vessels, I guess it was. I wasn't expecting 3, 6, 9, 12, 20, and 3 endings. The hero and the princess, the space between, and the end of everything. And we've got the adversary, the tower, slay her without a moment's hesitation, lock your fears away. She's not armed, isn't she? Oh, so the first reaction is what it hangs on. Offering one hand while concealing the other. Okay, that wasn't me. You can't know someone you've never met. Doubt breaks one shackle while forcing another. Unquestioning commitment to the other. Oops. Yep, this is the one where, is it me or is she changing? No, she's not changing. She's becoming worse. Really worse. Oh no. See through her eyes at the end of everything? The last one, happily ever after. Everything you didn't know you wanted. Huh. Okay, call me whatever you want. Happily ever after was definitely my favorite. It was just so goddamn sweet. You need more space, and Arrow Cave is no place to fight, and it's no place to stay forever. Oh, is that where you get the adversary and you go out into the world, beating the crap out of each other around the world? Angels and demons are cut from the same cloth, and it's best not to deny a proud being. This is divine, but it's very hard to kill a god. There's no shame in failing. Oh, that's armed version of the tower. Sometimes when you cut something out of you, a piece of you leaves with it. Yeah. That tends to happen when you cut pieces out of yourself. Kill your worst dreams, or be killed by the ghost of your past. You hole. Become one with the princess in a very literal sense. Oh, whoa, okay, it's that kind of game now. May involve, but does not necessitate being eaten. Oh yeah, it's definitely that kind of game now. Sometimes the only way to break a vicious cycle is to put your heart on the line. Where do you get the feeling you mean that literally? When you've seen the worst sights the prison of the world can offer, you can only choose to walk away empty-handed. There are many reasons spirits may linger. Flames of passion, the flood of words left unspoken. Oh, I see. Damn both of you and to an incomplete existence. Oh no, this is the gallery for, well, the ending. So the states of being like this, they don't reflect the choices you made so much as, I don't know. I was honestly expecting that depending on which ending you picked affected the state of your being when you looked into the mirror. Like, I don't know. If you choose conflict ending that's more damaging, I suppose, you appear to be burned or charred or something. Like I said, this entire game threw me for a friggin' loop, and I was expecting weirdness, satire, deconstruction, maybe. And no, I got quite the thrill ride. This was a very interesting game, and I always love to just find them, see them, and especially when I get to play them is a real treat. Because, well, life comes first. Anyway, I can't recommend this one enough. I'm probably going to explore more endings off screen, and I highly encourage all 5 of you that watch this video to do so, because, like, this whole thing has just been a really fun ride. It's been interesting, it's been challenging in, like, an existential way, and, like I said, the Happily Ever After thing was just so damn wholesome, and it's really interesting to see just how every single tiny decision can have such an impact that can vary from the princess beating you to death to just outright suffocating you to this poltergeist shit going on to just a classic fairy tale ending. And I hope to see more by the team that made this, even if that team is only a small handful of people, because you know what? Every mountain started out as an anthill, especially in the entertainment and gaming industries. Having rambled, sifted, and annoyed people for so long, I'm gonna be wrapping this up, and I think this might well be the only episode of this I do, because the rest of it's just gonna be like Easter egg hunting. But like I said, I encourage everyone to give this a shot of their own, and see what they can find in it, and see what they get from it. Because this definitely feels like something you need to experience yourself, not vicariously through a Let's Play or something, but regardless. Thank you all so much for watching, and once again, Slay the Princess has just been a very pristine game. I couldn't resist. And until next time, remember, never assume something is just what it seems. And that especially goes for people you meet. Because every single person you've ever met is a story you don't know. And learning about them is always a pleasure. With that said, until next time, I'd like to bid all of you a very fond farewell.